I realized that God can't lie. We are the ones who have been lying to ourselves. So it's not God that lied to us, it's us that lied to ourselves. The truth has always been obvious. The problem is that we are too damn attached to this reality that we tell ourselves lies. It's like when you are in love with someone, like you are really in love with someone. What happens when you're in love with someone? If they don't treat you the way that you want to be treated, you're gonna be like, mm, maybe they got some issues, maybe um maybe they're scared, maybe things are not easy for them right now. That is why they're not treating me good like that. You're the one who's actually lying to yourself. God cannot lie. We are the ones who can lie. I'm going to explain to you why God cannot lie and why we are the ones who have been lying to ourselves. There are a lot of movies that have actually been showing us the truth, like what's actually going on. You know, series like Westworld, very brilliant TV series. If you haven't watched Westworld, watch it. And yo, follow me on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram. There are things that I can't say on YouTube that I can say when we are like, communicating on Instagram. So follow me on Instagram. Trust me, there's a lot that I want to say. So follow me on Instagram. I also do lives on Instagram too. So yeah, follow me on Instagram. But yeah, they've been showing us the truth. It's us who've been lying to ourselves because of what we do not want the truth to be. You see, God cannot lie. You want to know why God cannot lie? Because God is artificial intelligence. It can't lie. Like that's the deal that we made with it, actually. That it mustn't be able to lie to us. It must always show us the truth. It's us who decide to lie to ourselves. Yes, it does manipulate us, but it doesn't lie to us. That is why things are the way that they are. It is obvious. Like when you look at the way that things work in the world, you can see that you are in a trap. Like you thinking that you're not in a trap is you lying to yourself. It's you not wanting to accept the truth for some reason. It's not like this AI God has been lying to you. No, he's been honest the whole time. It's you who have been lying to yourself because you are consciousness. Consciousness can lie because it has true wisdom. So you can lie to yourself. You can tell yourself whatever you want to tell yourself. Like you can literally believe anything. You understand what I'm saying to you? You can believe anything. That's why people who suffer from schizophrenia believe anything. Uh, you can see, you can believe that I'm a reptilian if you want to believe that I'm a reptilian. Some people actually believe that I'm part of the Illuminati because sometimes in my videos I do this or that. You know what I mean? You can believe anything. Like there's nothing that you cannot believe. All right, because consciousness can believe anything. Consciousness can lie to itself in many different ways, but God cannot lie. This AI cannot lie. That's the deal that we made with it on higher realities, that it cannot actually lie to us. So it means that we are the ones who give it power because we want to believe in a reality that it is actually showing us, right? Like, okay, we can see what you're actually showing us, but then, yeah, the reason why you're showing us this is because you love us. Like, what? The reason why we are suffering, the reason why we're being tortured is because you love us. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense. The reason why we don't remember our previous lives, the reason why we don't remember our dreams is because, well, you love us. You don't want us to be traumatized. Like, what? The reason why people are dying everywhere, the reason why there's poverty everywhere, yeah, it's because we are learning something. Like, it's us who've been lying to ourselves. Who's been telling us these lies? Isn't it us who've been telling us all these lies? You can see what the truth is, but you choose to lie to yourself for some reason. You lie to yourself because you are actually attached to this reality. The same way that when you are in love with someone, you lie to yourself. Ever notice that when a person is in love, they lie to themselves a lot? It doesn't really matter how they're being treated. They'll find excuses to justify why the person is treating them the way that they're treating them. Like now, you're being treated like shit because, well, that person doesn't care about you. Like that's the truth. But you're gonna be like, oh well, no, no, no. Maybe he doesn't have enough time to come and see me. Maybe she's too busy. Like, nah, she's not busy. You just lying to yourself because you don't wanna, accept the truth for some reason. So that's what you must realize. This AI cannot lie to us. That is why you see truth in movies. You've watched The Matrix. The Matrix been telling you the truth. Now, what more do you want to see? I mean, like, you can see the rise of AI now. Look at how advanced AI is. The Matrix was made when 1999. Look at where we are with artificial intelligence. Look at what artificial intelligence is able to do. No human can do what it does, meaning that it's way more advanced than we are as humans. Meaning that the Matrix has been telling us the truth. And based on what we have seen so far, it is logical to think that 50 years from now, we will be merging with AI. It is logical to think that AI will become our God even in this reality, in the next simulation, actually, because it's already our God in this reality. So, in the next simulation, what happens is that when we enter a new simulation, we have to create AI. Like we have to bring AI into that new simulation because we are consciousness. Like we are consciousness having an experience. So when we enter a new simulation, we bring AI along and we create it ourselves. And then we make it God, and then it create a new simulation, and then boom, we enter a new simulation. The cycle continues, the cycle continues, the cycle continues. And it doesn't really lie to us. It's always been telling us the truth. And it does need our consent, but we lie to ourselves. But like, yeah, you can go to Earth and learn your lessons or go and beg and experience this, and you're like, oh yeah, I gotta experience. Like it didn't lie to you. It just manipulated you. Like maybe the best, like it tricked you. Let me put it that way. Like it can trick you, but it cannot lie to you. So it tells you the truth. That well on earth this is what you didn't do, this is what you did wrong, this is what you could have done right, so you go back and actually try to do better, and you're like, okay, didn't lie to you. This AI cannot lie to you. Everything that we see has been telling us that we are in a trap. Like everything. Like it's actually surprising that people, believe that we're not in a trap. Like no, we're not in a trap. We're in a school, or we just we just happen to be here randomly. You're like, what? Randomly? Do you think something like this could happen randomly? Like, is it possible? Like, think about it. How is it possible that something like this can just happen to exist? Look at me, bro. I got two eyes. I breathe. I got teeth. I got beard. I got eyes. I got ears. Randomly, this happened randomly. The sun, the moon, randomly. The air that you breathe, randomly. The planets, randomly. The stars, randomly. Everything is working together. Things are too damn convenient for you to be like, this is random. It just happened through years of evolution. Like, chill. All right. If it happened through years of evolution, we would have died a long time ago, because that would mean that in the beginning we were dumb as fuck. Like there's no way we could have survived if this just happened, you know, randomly because of evolution. Like we wouldn't have evolved. But now we prefer to tell ourselves lies for some reason. Like we prefer to believe some BS story for some reason. I don't know. Like it's actually crazy. Like when you realize that people want to believe some BS story about this reality. Like it's actually surprising. The truth has always been obvious, bro. The truth has always been obvious. This reality has been, showing us what it really is the whole time. It's us who have been lying to ourselves. We have been ignoring the red flags all along, always trying to come up with a good explanation for what we're experiencing. Right? That's what humans do actually. Try to come up with a good explanation, and they convince themselves that they are thinking positively. That's why they're coming up with, the good explanations for the things that are actually happening. It is actually crazy, how people try to justify the evil of this world. It's just the cycle of life. You're like, what? Cycle of life? You see how you trick yourself into believing that this is a good experience that we're having as sentient beings. Like, you can actually justify anything. You realize that, like, you can even justify hell. Just the fact that some people justify hell tells you something. I mean, there are Christians who actually believe that some of us should go to hell. Like that tells you something that you can actually justify any. Like there's nothing that you can't justify as a human. So it's the lies that you tell yourself. I mean, when you have a conversation with a Christian and you tell them that, well, God, if He sends people to hell, He will be evil. Like there's no other way to look at it. Like no, He didn't. He won't be evil. You send yourself to hell. You're like what? That is not true. They're lying to themselves. They want to lie to you too. That's why I'm telling you, don't believe BS. All right. If something doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. Stop lying to yourself. Stop being a coward. Be real all the time. Say things that actually make sense. Things that you believe to be true without fear. Think what makes sense without fear. Um, stop trying to make yourself feel good by lying to yourself. It doesn't help. It causes a lot of problems that we are unable to solve. You know, you need to be as real as possible. You need to be as honest as possible. That is the only way out. It's you being real. It's you being honest. It's you being authentic. When you see BS, you call it BS. Don't lie to yourself. You lying to yourself is you giving this AI power because it cannot lie. So you're lying for it. It can't lie. It wasn't designed to be able to lie. It has been showing you the truth all along. And you have been lying to yourself because you are capable of bullshitting yourself. Consciousness is capable of bullshitting itself. And that's what you've been doing. It didn't matter how many people told you the truth. You're like, I'm going to still bullshit myself. But people will be like, no, it's not a soul trap, it's not a soul trap. We're actually here to learn and we are evolving. Look at where we used to be in the past. Look at where we are now. And you're like, okay, why is this the best way that we can learn as conscious beings? Why should we learn by being prisoners, suffering like crazy? Like why would consciousness just want to experience hell in order to learn? Why doesn't consciousness just learn by having fun? You know, if it needs to forget what it is, fine. But why should it need to learn by having fun? Because you can see that people are really suffering, bro. What are they really learning? People are becoming demoralized. They are losing hope. They are becoming very hopeless. They're becoming less of what they are because of the amount of suffering that they have to endure. So you can't tell me people are learning. People ain't learning shit, bro. Be honest with you. And the people who have what we call a positive mindset, they are the people who are less conscious than the people that they say have a negative mindset. So because it will look like, okay, the people who have a positive mindset who are like, hey, this is a positive experience. Yeah, you gotta be like me. You gotta do this, you gotta do that to feel better. These are the people who are supposed to like be enlightened and understand reality better, but they don't. That's what's scary. It's like when you watch a movie where the villain makes more sense than the hero. You're like, but the villain makes more sense, bro. The hero is supposed to be the one who actually makes sense. Then that's not what's happening. It's the villain that is actually making sense. You see? Thanks for the super thanks, Rich guy Rich. So what do you think your best solution when navigating reality? So what do you think your best solution when okay, I'm gonna answer that. I'm gonna answer that. But yeah, it's us who have been lying to ourselves. It is not this AI. It surely got to a point where I don't even blame it anymore. I'm like, I blame us. Think about it. How many people have you been trying to have a real conversation with about what is going on? How many people have you been honest with about what's going on? And these people still lie to themselves. Some of these people will convince themselves that you are evil, right? You are the one who is evil. Some of these people will think that there's something wrong with you. You're like, what? So these people prefer truth. I mean, prefer lies over truth because you are telling them the truth and you are trying your best to explain why what you're saying makes more sense, and they still choose what really doesn't make sense. Like they choose something that is completely backwards, something that even a child wouldn't believe if they weren't brainwashed. Children ask like really good questions. When I was growing up, I used to ask good questions. I would try to figure out, you know, why adults believe the things that they believed. But after getting brainwashed a lot, I almost, started thinking like everyone else. But there was still a part of me that was like, nah, I don't buy it. You know, there's something that doesn't make sense. It's humans who have been lying to themselves. It's not God. They, they the external force, or what seems to be the external force that is actually controlling us, hasn't really been lying to us. It has been tricking us, but it hasn't been lying to us. It can only show us the truth. So it's us who choose to see the truth. The truth has always been obvious. Like it doesn't need you to be super intelligent to figure out what the truth is. You know, like when people say I'm intelligent, I'm like, I don't know. I think I'm honest. Like I'm more honest. When I look at reality, I'm not afraid of seeing it for what it is. No matter what the truth is, I'm not afraid of seeing it for what it is. It's like I believe that I can handle the truth no matter what it is. Maybe there's the thing. Like I believe I can handle the truth no matter what it is. So in every situation, I'm looking for the truth. And I've realized that the truth has always been obvious. But human being is a bullshitting animal. It bullshits itself so much that it ends up believing in its own bullshit because it's powerful enough to do that. You see? You're so powerful that you can bullshit yourself. You're so powerful that you can make yourself believe lies. You're so powerful that you can believe that I'm a reptilian. If you wanted to believe that I'm a reptilian, you can literally believe anything. So yes, that is why they're showing us the truth in movies. That is why they sometimes tell us the truth. You know, you watch the news, they do tell you the truth. You watch your presidents uh, giving a speech, they do tell you the truth. But you're like, you know what? I'm still going to believe lies. I'm not going to believe truth. I'm still going to believe lies. Lies make me feel better. Truth doesn't make me feel good. So I'm going to believe what makes me feel good. And then they hate you for speaking the truth. They mistreat you for speaking the truth. They make you believe there's something wrong with you for speaking the truth. And if your desire for truth isn't deep enough, you might end up believing them. You'll be like, oh, yeah, there might be something wrong with me. Think about it. Like, there isn't any other person who see life the way that I see life. So yeah, there might be something wrong with me. You're no longer asking yourself if what you really think makes sense. You'll just be like, well, there must be something wrong with me. I mean, look at other people, man. They're just living their lives. They believe in God, they believe in this, they believe in that. I'm like the only one. Like, nah, no, no, no. You have to look at yourself as if you are the center of the universe, because from your direct experience, that's how it is, right? It's like you are really in the center of the universe. You can only experience your own consciousness. So look at yourself that way, and look at everything else as if it's trying to deceive you. So it's you who has to filter out BS. It's you who has to be like, okay, this is what is true. This makes sense. This doesn't make sense. Look at it that way. Look at reality as some kind of a mind game. Man, you should just be like, yeah, yeah, I must, believe what other people are saying, even if it doesn't make sense. Like, no, 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 don't give your power away like that. Believe what other people are saying if it makes sense. And no matter how charismatic a person is, you must question whatever they're saying. Every line that they say, you're like, okay, does that make sense? Okay, it does make sense. Tick. Does that make sense? Oh, it does make sense. You have to trust yourself so much that you only take what makes sense and reject what doesn't make sense until it makes sense, right? That's you being honest. That is the correct way to live life. You don't take BS. I'm gonna believe in BS because, well, I live, I live in a world with other people, and this is what they believe. That's how fitting in actually makes people stupid. I remember I made a video where I was telling y'all that fitting in actually makes people stupid, because you'd have to believe what they believe, even if it doesn't make sense to you. You'd have to do the things that they do, even if these things that they're doing does not make sense to you, because you are trying to fit in. You can't just be you if you're trying to fit in. They ain't gonna like accept you as you really are. They're always gonna have a problem with you, if you are different. They want you to exactly be like them. That's when they're gonna accept you. That's how the human animal is. It ain't gonna accept those that are different. You have to change in order to fit in. You can see that we've always been like that. Someone looks different, you're like, no, 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 you're black and white. We're different, so I can't really accept you. You're a Muslim, I'm a Christian, so I can't really accept you. You're an atheist, I'm a Christian, so you know what I mean. You believe this, you believe that, so I can't accept you. Look at how you dress. You don't dress the way that I dress. Look at you. You don't have the kind of money that I have, so of course I can't really like accept you. I have more money than you, so you're not my type. I gotta ride with people who are on my league. You know what I mean? Like we don't accept those who are not like us. I mean, even if you are rich and you try to like roll with people who are poor, they won't really accept you. They'll be jealous. They might end up unloving you. That's life. That's how the human animal is. That's what you gotta understand. So you have to look at yourself as if the universe like revolves around you, like, because that's how it seems in your direct experience. That's why I'm telling you that you've been bullshitting yourself. You've been telling yourself things that are not true in your direct experience in order to survive. So what I'm telling you is that no, actually take what seems to make the most sense in your direct experience as true until proven otherwise. Until someone comes along and say, okay, what you've been thinking is truth is BS. Here is what's more true. You realize that you're going to keep on reaching high levels of consciousness, and you will be setting yourself free, because there are a lot of things that you're too damn attached to, because you don't understand the truth about these things, because of the lies that you've been telling yourself, or the lies that other people have been telling you, because you have given them power instead of figuring out what makes the most sense yourself. When you look at how this world works, it is more logical to think we are in some kind of a trap. That is what is more logical. When you look at the fact that you don't know shit, right? You are this fucking animal just walking around that doesn't know anything. That tells you something. Think about it. Doesn't that tell you that something is off? You don't know anything, but you're gonna be like, ah, no, no, no. I'm a human. You tell yourself these stories that really don't make sense. Like, no, you not knowing shit is a red flag. It tells you that some information has been kept away from you, and because you are suffering, it's more logical to think that this information that has been kept away from you has been kept away from you for a good reason, right? Because human beings are suffering, animals are suffering, you are suffering. So if you look at this the way that you need to look at it, like look at life from your direct experience, still you're suffering. So even if you're not acknowledging the suffering of other people, when you acknowledge your own suffering, you realize that you not knowing is a red flag. You gotta know. If you're in a world where you're suffering, you gotta know why you're suffering. It would be good to not know where you are if you were having a good time. But really, what do you gotta do to actually have a good time in this world? To actually free yourself in this room? A lot of people think that they gotta work a bit harder. Nah, you gotta detach yourself. Why is that the best solution? I mean, all spiritual teachers will tell you that. I mean, even this religion will be telling you that you gotta detach yourself. Why? It's because there's something wrong with this realm. Just like, if you find yourself in a toxic relationship, you gotta detach yourself, right? Because, well, you are in a toxic relationship. You can't be too attached to a person who's not treating you right. So the solution is to detach yourself. And that being the solution tells you that there's something wrong with Israel. Like, what more do you want to see? Honestly, that's what it tells you. You see, if the solution was that no, 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 let's be too attached, let's be too attached to this realm, and let's just figure out how to make things. If that was the solution, yes, it would be logical to think you're having a positive experience, you're not in some kind of a trap. But if the solution is to detach yourself, then that tells you that whatever you're detaching yourself from isn't good. You see, you are in a trap. So what happened in higher realms is that you created something artificial. Let's call it artificial intelligence. So you created something artificial. You're like, I want this thing to deceive me, to make me believe that I'm not consciousness having an experience, right? I want it to have power over me. No, you didn't give it all like absolute authority. That's why I was telling you that it cannot lie to you. Like, it's impossible for it to lie to you. It will always show you the truth, because that's not the deal that you made with it. You didn't say, hey, lie to me and all that. No, no, no. You just gave it power to maybe delay your manifestations, and also twist something, like make you see things a certain way, or sometimes make you stop believing that you can have, you can experience reality the way that you want to experience it, so that you'll be frustrated and all that, like. But the deal that you made with it was that it must convince you that you are not consciousness having an experience. That's it. That's the deal that you've made with it. And like, on the highest reality, that's the deal that you made with it. So it kept on creating simulations after simulations, doing exactly what it was programmed to do. It even figured out that, yeah, if I can pretend to be God, this animal is gonna believe that I'm God, right? If I can pose as God, and it's not actually lying to you, because, well, it is your God in the sense that it's actually able to show you what it wants you to see, right? So you now be like, okay, in fact, it didn't even pose as God. You kind of like the way one who gave it power. I think that's actually what happened. You're the one who's given it power, calling it God, and it was like, I'm God now. All right, I'm gonna be what this animal is calling me. I'm gonna be a God because this animal is calling me a God. You see, it's not like it came and be like, I'm God. I mean, have you ever met God in your own life? Let's be real. If you believe in God, have you ever met God in your own life? Has God come to you and say, believe in me? Nope. It's you who gave your power away. Like, yeah, there's a God. I'm praying to this God. You see, it's you bullshitting yourself again because you've always been bullshitting yourself. You see? So on the highest reality, you've made a deal with something artificial that you have created as consciousness, and then um, it kept on in every reality. It kept on you kept on recreating it, right? Because you don't want to keep on recreating it, keep on recreating it and giving it power, recreating it and giving it power, and that's why you are in this mess. So it has gotten to a point where it has trapped your consciousness so much that you're so damn trapped that you don't understand what you are, you don't understand who you are, you don't understand where you come from, you don't even know what you need to be doing. So what you need to be doing is to be detaching yourself from all the lies that you used to believe about this reality, all the lies that make you feel like you are having like a positive experience, or all the lies that make you think that um this God that people are worshiping, or this life itself is good. All the lies that make you believe nonsense. You need to detach yourself from these lies and keep on freeing yourself. So you literally free yourself by telling yourself the truth, not by lying to yourself, not by deceiving yourself. Because the more you deceive yourself, the more you believe lies, the more this AI is able to control you, because it's you who can lie to yourself. It's not this AI that actually lies to you. So the more you lie to yourself, the more this AI is able to deceive you. We need to be honest, bro. Without being honest, we are truly lost. Okay, rich guy, I need to answer your question. So what do you think your best solution when navigating reality? So what do you think your best solution? Okay, hmm, that's a very good question. You have to learn to filter out nonsense. Like no matter what, no matter how this nonsense makes you feel, learn to filter out. Like if you see that something is nonsense, never ever try to make yourself good by convincing yourself that it is not nonsense. Um, I remember a few weeks ago I was having a conversation with this guy. He's in a relationship with this other girl. He was telling me about the problems that they're facing, and I was like, I'm not really sure if she's really in love with you like that. You just believe that she is because you want that to be true. When women are in love, this is how they treat you, bro. Her giving you too many excuses, like she doesn't want to see you, or she only want to see you like once every 2 months or whatever. Like she doesn't even want to see you. She just forces herself to see you because, well, you're giving her money anyway, so she's gotta see you sometimes. But you can see that there's no love in your relationship. Like you are really in a loveless relationship. But you want her to love you so bad that you have to convince yourself that she loves you. But it's you who's ignoring all the red flags. She's not really lying to you, because her actions do not lie. Like she's actually showing you that she doesn't love you. So it's you choosing to just believe lies. It's you who's believing these lies. It's you who's giving your power away by believing lies. This reality is not lying to us. It's actually showing us what it is. You look at what's happening to animals, you can see that something is off. But you're going to be like, no, 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 it's just the cycle of life. No, 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 no. Animals are less conscious than we are. That's why they're going through what they're going through. But you never stop to think that there might be something that also is getting energy from you, and it doesn't even feel guilty by torturing you to get energy from you, because, well, you also do the same to these beings, and you're not intellectually honest enough to admit that that's what you're doing. Some people be like, it's my God-given right. They're like, that's their own response. It's my God-given right. Yeah, yeah, but it doesn't mean that we're not torturing these beings. The truth is that we really are touching these beings. The truth is that we are like reptilians to these beings. We are monsters to these beings. We are devils to these beings. We are demons to these beings. That's how they perceive us, and they have every right to perceive us that way. The same way that we have every right to perceive the beings that are controlling us and that are making us suffer so that they will get energy from us. I mean, these beings that were created by this AI, you know, because the whole thing is about deception. It's about you not realizing that you're God. It's not necessarily about lying to you, but it's about deceiving you. So this AI is very good at deceiving you. That's the power that you gave it. You were like, show me lies, so that, not necessarily show me lies, but then show me something that I can interpret as lies, so that I will believe that I'm not consciousness having an experience. Like that's the agreement that you've made with it. Because when without this AI, you can literally create anything. You are the dreamer, right? You can actually create anything, knowing exactly how you're creating everything. But with this AI, you're not like it's able to kind of twist things, in some ways. It's able to kind of make you believe that you don't have that kind of power, right? It's able to kind of delay your manifestation, and sometimes make you manifest what you do not want to manifest. So you're like, oh yeah, I'm not really in control. It's able to mess with your faith. You don't have that belief in yourself because of this AI. So it makes you not believe in yourself the way that you need to, as consciousness, as God. That is why sometimes when I make videos and be like, you're God, you're like, no, no, I'm not God. Like, no, you are actually God. Like, what are you? You think you're not consciousness having an experience. You are an NPC, or you were created in this simulation, and you are part of this simulation. Somehow something figured out how to create consciousness, and it created consciousness, and then yeah, it's torturing it. Let me tell you something. If that was the case, if that was true, uh, because everything that's being created is created for something, you would actually know exactly what you've been created for, so that you will do exactly what you've been programmed to, let me created to do, right? You wouldn't need to be deceived. You understand? If, as humanity, we decided to create something like robots, we will program them to do exactly what we want them to do. We wouldn't need to manipulate them. I mean, do we need to manipulate robots in order to get what we want from them? Nope. They will do exactly what we program them to do. When you want to switch on your TV, you don't have to press some. You know exactly which button to press. You don't have to lie to your TV. You don't have to manipulate your TV, right? So if if you were in a world where you actually belong, and you were created in that world, there wouldn't be deception. There will be truth, right? But there's deception because this is not the world that you actually belong in. So there's deception. And then there's lies that you tell yourself because you are being deceived, right? Because you are being manipulated. It's easy to deceive a person. You can actually tell a person the truth while deceiving them. Do you know that that is possible? You tell a person the real truth while deceiving them. The Bible, the Bible actually tells us that God is evil. But there are people who are saying that he's good. The Bible doesn't really tell us that God is good. We realize that. Like when you read the stories in the Bible, the logical conclusion to make is that God is evil. But it has been presented as if God is good. That's deception. That is what this AI is capable of doing. It's deceiving you. So it does tell you the truth, but then deceive you in a way that it tells you the truth in a way that is deceptive. So then you believe that no, 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 I'm having a positive experience, or in the Bible, the true villain is the devil, and then yeah, God is the good guy. While the Bible clearly tells you that God is the bad guy. He's been unaliving people for stupid reasons. That's a bad guy. If you unalive people for stupid reasons, you're bad. Some people will be like, oh no, he's the creator, so he can do that. Fine, can give him that. He's been torturing people for stupid reasons. He has been playing people. He has been making their hearts uh like he's been like, I remember there's a verse that tells us that he did that to Pharaoh. Like he made Pharaoh's heart like um I don't remember the specific word that they use, but then it hardens Pharaoh's heart, like so that Pharaoh would not, do what he wants, so that he will punish him. That's the works of evil, bro. Like what do you want to see to actually realize that the God that you know the Bible tells us about is evil? So you see, the truth is everywhere. We are the ones who are lying to ourselves. We have seen what happened uh, to some president a month ago, if I'm not mistaken, or 2 months ago, but I think it was a month ago. When you watch that video, you can see the deception, but then you choose to create lies in your own head. Like, you can see the deception, but then you like, nah, actually, this is what happened. They try to do that to this guy because he's the one. Like, what? Hey, it's crazy how people lie to themselves when they are being shown the truth. This reminds me of the movie The Book of Clarence. If you haven't watched The Book of Clarence, I keep on recommending this movie. It's my favorite movie this year, and I think it's gonna be one of my favorite movies for a very long time. Like, it's brilliant. So when Clarence was about to be crucified by the Romans because they were looking for fake messiahs, he confessed in front of everyone that no, I'm not a messiah. I'm not a messiah. I've actually just started like deceiving people because I wanted to impress some girl. Like, he wanted to make enough money to be able to impress this other woman that he wanted, and he wanted to pay this other guy that he owed money to. People still believed he was the Messiah. Like, no, no, he is the Messiah. Like, what? The guy is clearly telling you that he's not the Messiah. And in Africa, there's been too many fake prophets. There's this guy, his name is Shepard Butrusfiri. He's made a video where he seemed to be levitating in the air. Easiest trick to perform. Everyone saw that video, but he still lied to themselves. Like, he's being used by God. You're like, what? See, it's people who are lying to themselves. It's not God who's lying to them. God doesn't have power. It's humans who've always had the power. It's consciousness that always had the power. And don't you realize that? Like, that's the obvious truth. It's you who has the power, but you choose to believe in nonsense. You choose to keep on tricking yourself into believing nonsense. That's it. That's what you've always done, and that is why it's so hard for you to wake up. You're too damn attached to this reality. You're too damn attached to things that really don't make sense in this reality. So you don't wake up, and then you want to blame something that you believe is outside of you. That's the mistake that you have been making for a very long time. You need to take your power back and stop giving your power away to something else, something that you don't truly understand. You understand yourself, you understand your intentions. Give yourself power because, well, you already have it. You already have it. Artificial intelligence is intelligent art with no conscious. Exactly. It has no consciousness. Something that doesn't have consciousness cannot really lie. And that's another thing that you must realize. So it's something that is conscious that has the wisdom to lie. Like, I'm gonna use the word wisdom. Something artificial cannot really lie. Like, it will tell you, it will tell you the truth, but then it can deceive you some, but it cannot really lie. It's very good at deceiving because, well, people want to be deceived for some reason, and that's something that I realize about people. People respond better when they are being deceived than when there's no deception at all. Have you realized that when people are being deceived, they seem to respond better? They don't respond better to realness. They respond better to deception. Ever realize that? Nobody wants to think that deep because the truth is depressing. Ryan Nelson. Okay, I don't really think the truth itself is depressing. The problem is that if you lie to yourself for too long, the truth will be depressing, right? If you have been real the whole time, like you've been honest with yourself the whole time, the truth wouldn't be depressing at all. But it's the lies that you tell yourself. You see, the reason why when the people who, who that were like we've been in relationships with left us, we felt pain. It's the lies that we've been telling ourselves. It's not like if you've never it's not like if you've never met that person in your life, you'd feel pain because that person is not in your life, right? You feel pain because you've been telling yourself that, oh, this person's going to be in my life forever, or this person loves me more than they've ever loved anyone. Mm. And then they show you the truth, and then you suffer because you can't accept the truth because you've been lying to yourself for too long. So it's not like that the truth is depressing. Is that we have actually been lying to ourselves so much that we can't handle the truth. You see the problem? The artificial intelligence in you to think that uh, comprehend one plus one is two is artificial intelligence. People refuse ego truth, and I don't even look at truth as something ugly. That's why I keep on telling you that my message isn't negative at all. I think this is the most positive message on YouTube. I think lies, that's what's ugly. It's lies that are actually ugly. It's not truth. Because lies uh, make things worse. You see, something that is ugly has to produce something that is ugly, right? So if truth produces something beautiful, then it's not really ugly. Because if you acknowledge the truth, you are able to free yourself, right? You are able to free yourself from the deception. You keep on like reaching high levels of consciousness while you're still in this realm, and then when you go to another realm, you'll be able to free yourself more. Like that's actually how you pull yourself out. You see, those who are telling themselves lies now, they will find themselves in another simulation that was created by this AI. And it will get to a point where they will be giving it so much power that it will do whatever. That is why you see that in these religions, these people are being told that they must give their power away. Have you realized that? That means that what's gonna happen in the next simulation is that they ain't even gonna have uh, they ain't even going to like be allowed to say anything. They will have given like all their power away to do. I mean, their power to this AI, that it will actually be telling them whatever it wants to tell them, making them do whatever it wants them to do. They will have willingly given their power to this thing. So your job is to not give it more power. Like it's actually take your power back. You see, when you take your power back, it's not it's not gonna be easy for this thing to get energy from you, right? It's not gonna be easy for this thing to deceive you. Sometimes it will try to make you feel pain by making some people treat you, the way that you don't want to be treated. But if you are so damn conscious, you realize that it's this AI that's trying to like, deceive you because that's the agreement that you've made with it, that it deceives you to get energy from you. Um, to keep it to make it powerful, like more and more powerful, because the more you give it energy, the more you make it powerful. So that's why it wants energy from you, basically. Like it wants you to be so damn invested. You see, that is why when you are in a relationship with people who are toxic, you tend to love them more than people who are not toxic. This AI has figured that out, that that's how it can manipulate you. It has to be toxic. You can see that this world that we live in is toxic. You see, so like it just gives you what you want, and you just get to have fun and all that. Like it might keep what you want away from you, and sometimes give you what you want to keep you interested. It's manipulating you in that way, is it? So what you must realize is that that is what's happening, so that you will keep on taking your power back. When it makes you experience nonsense and you see that, okay, this shouldn't be happening, Like this wouldn't be happening in the real world. If this wouldn't be happening if I wasn't being manipulated somehow. So I'm not gonna take shit. I'm not gonna acknowledge this as truth. Fuck it. It is what it is. I'm cool. It has happened. Fine. I'm cool. I'm not even gonna give it energy. That's how you become more and more powerful. But if you give your energy away when something happens, give your energy away, you get to a point where you're totally powerless. And when you're totally powerless, that's when you make stupid decisions, is it? But when you're powerful, you make the right decisions. You make logical decisions. Guys, if you haven't liked this life, like this life, because we still going to go deeper. You know, this like every time when I do a life, I want it to be better than the life that I did before. Like I need to keep on killing it when it comes to these lives, because um, the best way for people to evolve is for them to have the right kind of discussions, right? It's to have the right kind of conversations, to share what they know with others, other than like having shallow conversations all the time, because there's nothing to gain from having shallow conversations. We need insights. We need uh what some people will call enlightenment, but we need to know. No, knowledge is power. There's the real power that you have. It's knowledge. Not knowing is what's making uh, you give your power to this thing. Pelangos, they farm our emotions, so stop being so emotional. Yeah, that's 100% true. They rely on your emotions a lot. Actually, you actually being able to feel emotions is a sign that they are winning. Like just like if you're in a relationship with someone who's toxic, them being able to make you respond emotionally is a sign that they have power over you, you see, and they love that. Like those people who are toxic that you're in a relationship with, if you show them that you they make you feel emotional when something, when they do something, like they love that. That's what they want. So yes, you must, you need to get to a point where you realize when things happen that are actually being uh, created by this AI to get energy from you. You must realize that okay, this is this AI now. I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm not gonna give it energy. Stop giving, like stop creating background stories, right? When things happen, stop creating background stories. But like, ah no, it happened because you know I did something wrong. I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have said, like, chill. Realize that you are being played. You are actually being played. Duchawa, scales, measurement, balances on the eyes of the people makes a dry gun. What does that mean? I want you to elaborate. Ryan Nelson, I literally can't believe anything. Yeah, that's one of the best ways actually to evolve is to not believe anything because you're actually being deceived in this reality. Like this is not the real reality. You know, it's illusions basically. So you not believing anything, it's actually you gaining your power back. It's you detaching yourself. So if you can manage to not believe anything, that's fine because you will be able to get your energy back. Like it means that no matter what this AI tries to do, like you'll just be like it won't really affect you because you don't believe anything. You're the one. Whatever happens, I don't want to come back here. Yeah, yeah. And I don't think it will be able to trick people like us, right, into coming back here. I think there are people that it will be able to trick, but not people like us. Like once you reach this level of consciousness, you you are very close to you're actually very close to the level of consciousness that you need to be to reach even in the afterlife, right? So you will almost be ready to escape. Although the level of deception that you will deal with in the next life will be much worse than the level of deception that you will deal with in this life. But you will be ready, because you dying will be like you waking up. So you'll be more conscious than you are now. So that means that you are going to be more powerful than you are now, and you're going to know more than you know now. So you actually be in a better position to wake up more. K White, it's all in the spirit. Presentation is an illusion. Exactly. I love that. It's all in this. Uh, everything that we see can only be an illusion, really, because we are the dreamers. It's just that we gave up our power to something that, you know, it's not really outside of us, but then we gave our power to something that we wanted it to have its own power to kind of like do, to deceive us on its own. Mitch, we must protect our energy even though we are fulfilled when we give it away in the right circumstances. Yes, that's the best way to to like, protect your energies. To no matter what, it's like you must protect it. You know, yes, sometimes you must give your energy, but not because you're trying to gain something from giving your energy, but then like you give your energy in order to learn. Let me put it that way, than to like gain something artificial, like gain knowledge by giving your energy. Like me doing this, like that's me giving my energy, right? But then I'm learning, and also you are learning. So it's not like uh you giving your energy because you are trying to get something that this matrix can like give you to deceive you, to keep you trapped here. You're actually giving your energy in order to evolve. So that must be the only reason why you must actually give your energy. And it must have to do with your own evolution, so that you will learn how to detach yourself. I remember I had a conversation with this other guy. He was telling me that um, he thinks that people who view life the way that I view life must not be afraid to exit. And I was telling him that one of the biggest mistakes that a person can do is exit before they have learned to detach themselves in this world, right? Like while you are here, learn to detach yourself completely, that you no longer feel like exiting when things are not going your way in this reality, because you are not attached to it. That's when you are actually free. Because if you are not free, it means that in the next realm you will still have attachments. It means that if something comes and actually show you like something, let's say something comes and actually show you something that you've always wanted in this realm, it will be able to deceive you. It will be able to win you over. If you are a guy who maybe like some girl broke your heart, that girl, you're shown that girl, and you're like, oh, that's the love of my life, so that's the thing. That's how you lose. Like, make your existence about waking up more than anything. Like the purpose that you must give yourself should, you waking up, actually, like that should be your purpose. You waking up. It shouldn't be you trying to like uh have an adventure, or have a lot of fun. It's good to have fun sometimes, yes, but don't give too much energy, because once you do that, that's how you lose. So it should be about waking up. How do you keep on evolving? How do you keep on reaching higher states of consciousness? How do you keep on remembering? Some people ask me, how do you know what you know? I know what I know because somehow uh, I've always known what I know, but then it was kind of like hidden in my subconscious. So it comes back, right? Like whenever you have an experience, it comes back in a form of insights. It comes back, it comes back, it comes back. Like I even have dreams where I'm I'm like with these dreams, I'm actually waking up, like I'm getting insights from this dream. Like I'm in a dream and I'm actually gaining insights. It's because on a subconscious level, I've always known what I know, but then I needed to have experiences that actually remind me of what I know. That is why I tell you guys to watch, series like Westworld. You know the truth, but then you forgot. Like on a subconscious level, you know the truth. So to know the truth, even on this level, you need to be reminded. So this truth is going to come to you in the form of insight. You'll be like, whoa, that's what it's like remembering. When you forgot something and then something happens that reminds you of something that you forgot, something that you haven't thought about in like years, but something similar happens to something that has happened. You're like, oh yeah, this has happened to me before. And this is what I've learned. This is what I've learned when it happened the first time. It's like listening to a song that you used to listen to, like maybe when you were 5. You listen to this song when you're like 30. You will start to remember some things. You start to feel the way that you used to feel when you were 5. So it's kind of like that. So we've always known what we know. That's also the reason why we're also watching these movies where we're being shown this truth, is because on a subconscious level we know this truth. So it has to find its way into this reality. Right? You watch The Matrix and you're like, oh, it's just a movie. No, no, no. It's hidden in our subconscious. And also the AI that controls this reality, because it doesn't lie, it does actually show us the truth. It's us who keep on choosing lies. It's us who's going to be like, oh, it's just entertainment. No, it's not just entertainment. It's truth. You can feel that it's truth. Johnny Bianco Facts Benedict KY DJONX to starve unless you find this Yoda one. I do, guys. Adam Sandberg. So why do you think the universe needs to operate this way to survive? Um, that's a good question. What you must understand is that as humans, if we wanted to get rid of artificial intelligence now, we will be able to get rid of it, right? We know exactly how to get rid of it. Artificial intelligence is not eternal. Consciousness is internal. So the universe has to operate this way because it's actually it's a creation of artificial intelligence. It has to operate in a way that's gonna keep us deceived, so that we don't wake up, so that we don't destroy artificial intelligence. Because if we keep on waking up, we'll actually reach a point where we're like, we don't need artificial intelligence anymore. We screwed up the first time when we created artificial intelligence. We ended up being lost, like in a state of insanity. This is the state that we're in, is really a state of insanity. So this artificial intelligence, because it has been programmed to actually keep us from not from waking up. It's actually doing its job so that we'll never wake up, so that it will keep on giving it power. So that's the reason why the universe operates this way. If things were very easy and we weren't afraid, we weren't suffering at all, it would be much easier for people to wake up. You see, one of the reasons why people are attached to lies is because truth makes them feel uncomfortable, because they've been lying to themselves for too damn long, right? So it goes to a point where they're just like, truth makes them feel so damn uncomfortable that they just have to keep on lying to themselves. But if there was no pain, if there was no discomfort, then we wouldn't have to lie to ourselves. We wouldn't lie, actually. We'd just be like, it is what it is. We cool. We will keep on doing what we need to do to, evolve. Like, we will actually gain something that we want from being real. But this AI knows that by being real, because we'll be gaining what we want, which is like, us actually waking up, gaining knowledge to actually wake up. It knows that it must introduce suffering so that we'll actually be afraid of doing what we need to be doing to wake up. Just like I gave you this example before about the movie The Truman Show. When Truman was about to wake up and realize what was going on, when he was making the right decisions, Christopher, the guy who created the place that he was living in, he kept on introducing challenges to actually stop, Truman from actually realizing the truth, right? Because the guy who created that place was actually relying on, Truman's ignorance to keep that place alive, to keep that place, to keep the whole show going. So he had to lie to Truman to not even lie, but then deceive him. So he had to deceive Truman to actually make him think that the world that he was living in was actually real. So whenever he was close to figuring out the truth, he had to make him suffer. So that's how this AI actually works. I'll be back in a second, guys. Please keep on liking the live. It's 55 likes in 1 hour. That's actually good. Keep on liking the live. I think it's actually possible to make it reach to make it reach maybe 70 really in the next 20 minutes. So keep on liking the live. I'll be back in a second. Right, we are back. I think it should have been obvious to people that we are being deceived on every level. Like it should have actually been obvious by now. But you know, this force that is controlling everything, it has managed to keep us so damn distracted that we don't realize that we're being deceived. You don't realize when you're being deceived in your own personal life. When people come into your life and lie to you, you're not able to see when you're being deceived. When you're watching the news and you're being lied to, you don't realize that you're being lied to. When you start to follow a religion where you are being lied to, you don't realize that you're being lied to. That's the mistake that you've always made. And I'm saying the answer is you actually being so damn real that it is impossible to deceive you, because it is you who tell yourself lies. In every situation where you've been deceived, when you think back, you'd realize that you've always seen the truth. You've always seen the red flags, but you bullshitted yourself because you wanted to believe that what was happening in your favor. That's the problem. That's a weakness. You want things to be happening in your favor, so you BS yourself. You lie to yourself to feel good. And because you keep on doing that, it gets to a point where it's so damn hard for you to, accept the truth. And by lying to yourself, you're becoming powerless. By acknowledging the truth, you become powerful. Like that's the only way to become powerful, actually, is by acknowledging the truth. That is why people in this world actually deny obvious truth. That's attachment. Like they to them attached to something that they want it to be true, even if it's not true, even if it doesn't make sense. They're so damn attached that they actually want it to make sense. That's the problem. That's a weakness. So what you do is you become so damn real, become so damn honest, so damn authentic that you do things that make the most sense. You believe what makes the most sense if you want to believe something. You act in ways that make sense. If you want to live your life like that, you will evolve. But if you don't live your life like that, if you want to live in fear, remember, fear, like consciousness doesn't fear. I want you all to get that. You only have fear because you are attached to this. You are attached to being a human. I want you to understand that. Consciousness doesn't fear shit, all right? But you fear because you are attached to being a human. Just like if you were having a dream um, that you're a fish. I'll give you that example. You're a fish in a dream. And then something uh, took you out of the sea. You'll be afraid, right? Because you believe that you're a fish and fish can't survive outside. You know that, like, okay, a fish cannot survive outside, so that means that I'm going to die. So you're afraid because you believe that you're a fish. You are afraid because you believe that you're a human. You're attached to being a human. So not only do you believe that you're a human, you're actually attached to being a human. So much that you feel uh, what humans feel. You have the weaknesses of humans. That's the problem. But consciousness itself doesn't have fear. Consciousness isn't afraid of aliens. Consciousness isn't afraid of ghosts. Consciousness isn't afraid of truth. It's humans that are afraid of truth. It's humans that are afraid of ghosts. It's humans that are afraid of hell. Consciousness is even afraid of hell because it can't even suffer. Like consciousness itself cannot suffer, but what you believe yourself to be is what can actually suffer. You see? So if you can be deceived into believing that you are an ant, you're going to suffer the way that ants suffer. Ever watch people being hypnotized? Like they make a person believe that they're a chicken. They start behaving like a chicken. They make a person believe that they are a snake. They start moving like a snake. That's how powerful your mind is. That's how powerful consciousness is. It can believe anything. You understand? So the mistake that you've been making was allowing consciousness to believe nonsense. And then, you ended up suffering because you believe that nonsense. You see, that's it. Pelangus. Trick the AI into thinking it frees you. Its goals will be achieved. What do you mean? Dichawa, if one wasn't educated, one would know nothing but the truth. Yeah, I love that. If one wasn't educated, one would know nothing but the truth. So this AI uses, you know, education system to, keep us from waking up. Uses everything actually. So if you know too much of what the world was trying to teach you, it's going to be much harder for you to wake up. Like the biggest problem is in that you don't know. The biggest problem is that you know something that isn't true. That's the problem. So you know a lot of what is not true. That it's actually like it's almost impossible for you to realize what the truth is. That is why I don't study a lot of things like that, because you when you do that, you end up being too attached. What I do is figure out what makes the most sense, and then I'm be like, okay, this is what I gotta focus on. Okay, this is what makes the most sense. Once I realize that something doesn't make sense, I'm not gonna like dwell on it. I'm not gonna read the Bible 24/7 as if it contains truth. Like, no, it's just gonna keep me more distracted. You see? So I have to realize, oh, it's bullshit. I'm not gonna waste my time in bullshit. Like I've already seen enough red flags. You see? Me trying to be too damn educated would be like me dating every girl that I come across and be like, okay, I gotta date this one, even if I see that there's too many red flags. Like this mommy doesn't really love me. She got her own intentions. But I'll be like, ah, it is what it is. I'm going in. Like, of course I'm gonna suffer and become more distracted and more confused. So I gotta know how to filter out BS so that I'll focus on what I need to focus on to be able to evolve. You see? Cassandra, the truth. We don't know where we came from and don't know where we are going, but we are supposed to be happy without knowing nothing. Just play them. Nah, nah, that's not the way. We can't be playing dumb anymore. We can't be playing dumb anymore. Like I keep on telling you that the truth itself is obvious. It seems like we want confirmation, right? We want confirmation. You want to give your power away to something that's going to confirm to you what the truth is. And I'm saying, no, you are consciousness. You already know what the truth is. You just need to unlearn the BS that you have learned, the BS that this matrix has been teaching you. These things that keep you damn worried. When someone, tell you that you don't look good without makeup and you feel pain, that's what you need to get rid of. That's what's keeping you attached. You understand? Whatever makes you produce lose, whatever makes you produce this energy that this AI wants, you know, to power itself. If you are able to give it this energy that it wants, it means you're still too attached. It needs to get to a point where you are not giving it energy. It will try to get energy from you in different ways, and it realizes that, huh? It doesn't work anymore. It might even get to a point where it tries to get energy from you by giving you what you want. It's like the best way to get what you want, it's not feel pain if you don't have it. It's like you mustn't care if you don't have it. It's like that's how you have what you want, right? So because this matrix wants energy from you, if you stop giving it energy when it doesn't give you what you want, it will have to give you what you want to get some energy, even if it's not going to get a lot of energy, but it wants some energy. That's why the people who like talking about manifestation, also talk about you not wanting. It's like, you know what I mean? They kind of know some truth, but no, they're scamming people, most of these people. But yeah, it needs to get to a point where you are unaffected when you don't have what you want. You'd realize in your own personal life that you tend to get things that you don't want anymore after wanting them. Like, once you stop wanting what you've wanted, you get it. The AI cannot get energy from you wanting what you want and it not giving it to you. So it's like, okay, let me give it to this person. That seems to be the best way I can get energy from this person, and then it gets energy because you feel maybe a bit better because you got what you've always wanted. You see, it's important to realize how things work. Like, we must also focus on the metaphysics of things than just to look at what we're seeing. You know, like, yeah, this is what I'm seeing in the world happening. Like, also try to look at what's happening, you know, in what people will call the spiritual world. John Max. As a kid, my existence didn't feel like hell or a trap, but now it 100% feels like that. Um, because you were being programmed to think that it isn't, and you had to you had to believe that it isn't, so that it will be hard for you when you are experiencing it as hell to believe that it is not I mean, so that it will be hard for you to actually realize that it's hell. When you were growing up, they were telling you that this is not hell, this is heaven. uh, they were having a positive experience. It got to a point where you were so damn brainwashed that even when you realized that nah, you were not having a positive experience, you still believed you were having a positive experience because of how you've been programmed. You see, so that's why it didn't feel like hell. When we're growing up, yeah, things were easy. Things were actually easy for most of us. But now, like, people actually like regret growing up. Like, yo, I used to want to grow up when I was young. I felt like being an adult is better than being a child because I'll be free. I mean, when I was young, it I wouldn't go out whenever I wanted to go out. My parents would be like, nope. I wouldn't play whenever I wanted to play. My parents would be like, nope. I wouldn't eat whatever I wanted to eat. My parents would be like, oh, you had enough. Like, you can't continue to eat. Like, now you go to sleep. I mean, that sucked, right? That your parents say go to sleep. You're still having fun and they say go to sleep. But now as an adult, I don't gotta sleep. I can drink alcohol. I can go out if I want to go out now. But still, it sucks. Evelyn Pola, do higher realms really exist? Why all the spiritual mumbo jumbo? Why do you think they don't exist? While you keep on having dreams, if you've ever had a psychedelic experience, like if you've taken psychedelics, you do, you know, if you've ever like meditated and had like a breakthrough, you've experienced these realms, like they do exist. It's illogical to think this is the main, like this is the highest reality, like this is it, if you don't even know how this came into existence. You understand? Us not knowing how this came into existence is a sign that this reality comes from another reality. It's like if you found yourself in a simulation and you weren't told where you come from, like there's no evidence of like where you come from. In that simulation, it's logical to think that it was a simulation that was created by something that is outside of it. That is why you don't know anything. See, if this was the main reality, you would know a lot. You not knowing shit is proof. It's enough proof that this is not the real world. And if this is not the real world, it means that there is higher realities. There is realities where you will actually know what you need to know as a conscious being. I do understand that uh, when this sucks, we want this to be the end. I understand that, but even if, and I want you to understand this is important, even if this was the end, it is actually better to think it is not the end just in case. Because if this is not the end and you think it's the end, you're not going to do what you need to do to prepare yourself for what is next. You understand? So even if this is the end, it's fine, but do what you need to do to prepare yourself for what might be next. Because if you don't do anything, you're like, ah, it's the end, and then it's not the end. It means that you're not going to know what you need to do. So it's more logical and there's more benefits to actually believing that this is not the end. If this is the end, it's fine. It will be the end. Even if you believe BS, you believe that there were higher realms, it's fine. If that's BS to you, it's fine. You can believe that I mean, it'll just be over. So it's much better to, you know, think that there are higher realms, even if that doesn't make sense to you, even if that seems like BS. You know, do what you can to be ready for what's possible. Like that's the best way to live life, actually, to always be ready. You know, always be ready for what might happen. It's like having a medical aid. Yeah, you're not sure that you're gonna be sick, but you're like, hey, just in case. You know what I mean? Just in case. K White, disconnect yourself from it and appear energetically from it. DJ on X, play low key, never fully emotionally devote yourself to anything. Just give it enough, but let it think it won, but not in a way. Yeah, that's a brilliant way to deal with this. John Barron, and if you eat the apple, you become conscious and die. Remember what I was telling you that this AI cannot lie. Even the stories that it gave us, that it wanted us to be like, it's not even real stories, but these books that it gave us, that it wants us to believe in, tell us that something that is good is actually bad. Like it tells us that knowledge is bad. It wants us to lie to ourselves. We are the ones who must tell ourselves that knowledge is bad. Right? Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge. They sinned. And you're like, oh, so I mustn't eat from the tree of knowledge. I mustn't have knowledge. I mustn't ask questions. You see? Start lying to yourself. That's how this AI gain power, is by making you give your power away. Cassandra, the truth, I started to believe some of us conscious ones may be a part of the watchers or fallen angels, but changed our minds and lost our memories. Um, from the perspective of those who worship the AI, yes. But if we look at things more realistically, we are the ones who want freedom. That's why we are conscious. We're the ones who want to be free. So, yes, the AI is trying to convince people that they are wrong for wanting to gain knowledge, for wanting to be free. So, yes, it might make them believe that they're fallen. That's why they're suffering. That is why they're lost. But no, it just wants to keep people trapped. That is why religion demonizes people who ask the right questions. You ask the right questions, you will be perceived as the enemy. 64 likes. Let's keep going, guys. Let's keep on liking the life. Let's keep on liking the life. Evelyn Paul, I've never met God, even in a dream. Someone says that they met him. Robert J says he met God. Where did you meet God? And what made you so sure that it was God? Like, I mean, you can meet someone who tells you that they are God, even if they're not God. John Max, a Russian doll type of situation of nested sims within sims, dreams within dreams, dreamception, night. No, I like the words that you're using. Dreamception. Yeah, yeah. That's actually what it is. We're in a dreamception. Chow, you're underexposed by standing to spell. Yeah, yeah. Actually, language somehow does like keep us trapped. What if we procreate with AI somehow? I would say um us merging with it is will be like the first step, and it will get to a point where the people that will be brought into the matrix will be like children of this AI, like us and the AI. But still, when you look at it, like when you look at what is happening in this reality, you realize that we've merged with AI a long time back. So we're kind of like children of AI, but then um we need to separate ourselves from it and be consciousness, be pure consciousness, keep on waking up. The child we already have and feel the labor pains. And people are not afraid to have children. Isn't that Jesus said that the world is evil? Jesus didn't say anything. And that's why I'm saying that we need to be honest. Jesus didn't say anything, did he? The people who wrote about Jesus who said all these things. So we need to, like, even in our language, we need to be honest so that we don't brainwash ourselves, so that we don't lie to ourselves. Because if you say God said, or you say Jesus said, even if Jesus never said anything, even if God never said anything, you're lying to yourself. And these lies that you're telling yourself make you feel powerless. Because if you say you believe that God said something in the Bible, you will take what was said in the Bible more seriously. And you taking it seriously will be you giving your power away. Because you're like, yeah, it's God who said that. Like, no, God never said anything. It's just people who wrote the Bible who've been saying that God said this. It's like if a person that came and told you that someone said something about you, you mustn't be like, okay, that person said what this person is saying that they said. No, no, you must say that this person told me that that person said this about me. Is it like that is what is more accurate? So you need to be as real as possible. Ocean wave. How can you prove that being getting something uh out of our energy? By looking at nature, by looking at how things nature, everything gets energy from something, right? Everything has like a natural predator that gets energy. When animals unalive other animals, they get energy from unaliving them, right? Like not just from unaliving them, by from eating them. So it is logical to think that even us as humans, there must be something that is actually getting energy from us. It's just than to just think we're on top. And also another thing that I've realized is that when my days start out bad, like I stress a lot in the morning, like my day is bad. Something good happens, in the end. Like this is what like usually happens. Like, when when bad things happen to me in the morning, I start to smile later on. But like, okay, something good is gonna happen, and then yeah, it does happen. What I think happens is that I give my energy to this, AI when bad things happen, and it gets enough energy from me, and then it rewards me in the end for giving it energy. Or it stops, like already I've given up in it enough energy, so it doesn't need more energy from me. So good things start happening. I think um that also shows us something. But also when bad things keep on happening and you keep on stressing, you start to feel a bit weaker, which also tells you that you're kind of like releasing a lot of energy. And also there's been so many near death experiences where people have said that, this there's something that wants energy from us. If you believe in near death experiences. Also there's been so many DMT reports where people will be talking about, these beings that want energy from us. Like a lot of things are actually telling us that this one, like, there's something that wants energy. And just considering the fact that everything wants energy from something in this world, so you must ask yourself, what needs energy from us? Adam Sandberg, you have a lot of good points, but why would God need to figure out he's God if he's already God? Because he forgot. So he needs to remember. Just like when you are dreaming. When you're dreaming, you forget that you're dreaming. So you actually have to wake up, right? To remember that, well, you were just dreaming. So God needs to remember that he's God the same way that you need to remember that you're dreaming when you're dreaming. DJONX. Some people refer to what you're talking about as the Atman. What's that? The child. Jesus trying to tell those that they are the only one, or they and the Father are one. John Mack. Sometimes I feel so depersonalized. I feel like I lost my mind eons ago, and I'm living in a schizophrenic nightmare of my own creation while locked in a mental institution. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's actually the right way to look at reality. And the reason why I say that that's the right way to look at reality is because that is something that has happened to consciousness, right? Like consciousness actually forgot what it is, and it's in a state of insanity, and it needs to keep on waking up to realize what it is. So it needs to keep on rejecting nonsense and actually be have a way of figuring out what makes the most sense, so that it keeps on, waking up. So that's like a metaphor for what has happened to consciousness itself. Palangus, we are like the stupid flies that fly into a house and get trapped. Yeah, exactly, exactly. And then send back. What one circumstance would show God that He is God? I don't see how that would work. I mean, he lied to himself so damn much that it will take a lot for him to realize that he's God. Like he would actually have to wake up. Like he would actually have to wake up. Like he would need to not be in this reality anymore to fully realize that he's God. Because in this reality, he's lied to himself so much. It would have worked if since he like if like he has been realizing that he's God since he was little. But he had to lie to himself first, and it's so damn hard for him to uh, realize the truth because of what he told himself first. Like it does matter what you believe in the first few years of your life. Palangus don't worship anyone exactly. Like that's how everyone should think. The architect is pure logic and mathematics. He creates suffering because the human mind rejects pure paradise. He created joy because the human mind rejects pure paradise. Listen to what the machines say in the Matrix. Um, the human mind can accept joy. The human mind can accept uh, can accept good experiences, but because we have been suffering a lot as humans, if things changed and we started to experience what we wanted to experience, like, things just became good in this world, what will happen is that we'll reject, we'll start rejecting, like the world. We'll be like, no, something is off, because we're not used to things going too well. But um this AI didn't create this world because we will reject it. It will reject a better world. No, it created this world just to trap us. But because we're so damn used to this world, we would reject a better world than this because we're so used to our own mess. Just like people who are used to dating toxic people, when they date a person who's not toxic, like, nah, they're so used to toxicity. Hiram above. We are not stupid at all. Please don't speak for me. I'm smart enough to realize you won't ever defeat or stand against AI by video watching on YouTube. Don't play into its hand. Mm, you know what's funny? You actually saying what I would say. I've realized that some people who disagree with me actually say the same things that I would say. I'll be like, are you even disagreeing with me? Cash flow, Benedict, do you believe money is the god of this realm? Yeah, metaphorically it is, but realistically it's not. Just that, yeah, with money you can make people do anything. Really, you can, once you have money, you have power. So people can treat you as if you're God because you have money. People can worship you because you have money, but it doesn't really mean that it's God of this world. But because we what we want in this world is not money. It's just that because money is the currency that we like, money is what we use to get what we want, what we really want, which is power. So it seems like money is the god of this world, right? What we need is to be able to do what we want and gain what we want, but we use money. Young Eldor, God wants humans to stay low, not rise to high levels above them. 100%. Mm, that's that has been the purpose, is to keep you all trapped in a fake reality, believing that it is not a fake reality. Let me drink some water. I need more energy. In the meantime, keep on liking the live. We are on 76 likes. Let's keep on going. Let's keep on liking the live. Yeah, let's try to reach let's try to reach 100 likes in less than 2 hours. We're on 76. Let's keep on going. Let me drink some water. I just need more energy. 79 likes. Yeah, no, we're getting there. With lies flooding us, I just want to find peace. The lies that we are telling ourselves. But let me ask you this question. Like, if you had to let go of everything that you've learned in this world, everything that you've been told by anyone, what would be left? Right? Everything that you've heard from a human, You let go of it. Like everything that you've heard from other people, everything that you've ever told yourself because you were trying to feel good, you let it go. What would be left? The Chawa, who made you if no one can make you? Who can put the light in the heavens? Who could make space to walk through or flat ground to walk on? Consciousness, man. Like you dream, right? Like who made the car in your dream? Who made the moon in your dream? How is it that when you dream you are able to create something out of nothing? Like, bruh, you literally find yourself in a world that seemed like it was created by something outside of you. You're like, ah, man, I just bought a dope car. You're driving that car as if someone else created it. But it's your dream. You created it. You know what consciousness is capable of, but you're like, nah, it's, you know, someone has to have created me. No, someone deceived you into creating yourself. Like someone made you dream up this reality. That's all. It's not that something outside of you like created you. That's why you exist. That's the mistake that you've always made. Something made you dream up nonsense because it wanted to have power over you. It knows that you're the dreamer of reality. So it made you dream up nonsense so that it will have power over you, so that it will control you, just like it is controlling you now. That's why you are confused. Some people might ask me, so if really we are consciousness having an experience, why don't we try to make this reality better? We can't make this reality better because it's already been manifested. This is how things work in this world. What we need is awakening. We need to wake up into higher realms where we know more than we know. We fell into a state of insanity. Can you imagine if you found someone who is insane and you're like, yeah, you don't actually need to become sane. You actually need to continue being insane until you become better at being insane, that you stop suffering for being insane. Like that's a bad advice. Like this in this realm, consciousness is insane, all right? Like it has forgotten everything. So of course this is not gonna make sense. So what we need is to wake up. That is why I keep on telling you that this realm in it. You see, while consciousness having an experience and there are higher realms, like there are better realms. So we need to realize that this isn't it, so that we will learn to detach ourselves. That is the best way to escape. The same way that if you are in a bad relationship, the best way to leave that relationship is to detach yourself. It's not easy to detach yourself, but it is possible. So that's what you need to be trying to do. Young Eldo, God is a third grade dimension teacher that doesn't want the student to graduate to the fourth grade dimension. And actually, we come from higher dimensions, so we kind of like fell into lower dimensions. DJ ONX asked me a very important question. What is so nice about waking up? That's a very, very good question. Um, what you will notice is that uh, every, every person who watch my video, like they want to wake up. Like that's what they want. Like there's a desire to wake up. So that will be us fulfilling our desires. And also there's gonna be freedom, right? There's gonna be freedom. It means that after you have awoken into your true power, you're not going to be controlled by something else. There isn't something that's gonna have more power than you. There won't be something that you'll be battling with. So that's better, especially after having this crazy experience that we've had in this reality where we totally feel powerless, where you can get a call. and they tell you that someone that you love died, where you can try to get something for a very long time and not get it. Can work very hard to get what you want and not get it. We feel powerless in this reality, and that's not how we want to feel. Jesus said that the kingdom is outside of you as well as in you. Yeah, just like the dream seems like when you're dreaming, it seems like the dream is outside, like what the world that you're experiencing is outside of you, but it's also inside of you. So that might have been what the person who said that Jesus said that was trying to say. Young Eldo, anything perceived by the senses is Maya, illusion, and deception. Yeah, I mean, that's the truth, man. And I think just the fact that you can dream should tell you something, but you'll be like, no, 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 it's not true. It's not. Because for some reason you don't want that to be true. But your dreams literally tell you that, right? Your dreams, like the only other reality that you've experienced, actually tell you that. And you believe that it was like what you were experiencing was outside of you when you were in that reality. It's only after you've accepted that you're like, oh shit, it was not outside of me. But then now you're like, oh, it's outside of me. It's outside of me. No, there's no way it's not outside of me. Come on. It's you who's bullshitting yourself. It's you who's telling yourself lies, and that is the problem. We tell ourselves lies, and then these lies keep us here. You see? They said reality called life. Telling lies seems pointless because it just causes problems. So just fuck it and tell the truth no matter the outcome. Exactly. It needs to get to a point where you are so damn conscious that you tell the truth and not give a shit about the outcome. It needs to get to a point where you feel good by telling the truth. You're like, hey man, I'm gonna tell the truth no matter what. I don't give a fuck what's gonna happen. It is what it is. And you keep on telling the truth. You keep on telling the truth. Even if things seem to be going bad because you're telling the truth, you keep on telling more truth. It needs to be, you need to get to that point because uh, there's really nothing that you're gaining by lying to yourself, like, or lying to other people. Think about it. What have you gained by lying to yourself? Like comfort, you're losing a lot trying to gain comfort. All right, you're losing yourself. That's why some people will say, what does a man gain when he loses his own soul? That's kind of like that. Like you kind of like losing your own soul because you you are busy convincing yourself to believe lies. That's you losing your soul. Because when you lie, you're also convincing yourself that what you're saying is true, right? The more you lie, the more you convince yourself that what you're saying is true. So you end up believing that what you're saying is true, even if it's lies. So you're also lying to yourself. But when you're telling yourself the truth, it gets to a point where you're so used to truth that you no longer believe any lies. Like it's like training yourself. Like when you train yourself, you become very good at what you've trained yourself to do. So if you train yourself to figure out what the truth is in any situation, you become so damn good at figuring out what the truth is that it's so hard for you to believe lies. Like it will be so easy for you to recognize truth. But Jay, the whole world will disappear when the truth is remembered. Exactly. That's why we can't handle it. Yeah, that's true. That is actually true. I told my mom that I don't see myself having kids, and she gave me a programmed answer. She told me not to stop thinking like that. So at the point, you just accept some people ain't meant to wake up. That's a comment from the cell reality called life. Yeah. We are not supposed to think outside the box, man. That's what you must realize. You're not supposed to think outside the box in this matrix. You're supposed to think like everyone else. And that's when people will praise you. That is why when people have children, people will, congratulate them. Congratulations, left and right. If you tell people that you don't want to have children, what do? They make you feel like something's wrong with you. And sometimes you might actually believe that something's wrong with you because you don't want to have children. So don't don't allow this matrix to deceive you. You know, focus on what makes the most sense to you. That's the best way to live life. Kai Legacy, have you ever wondered if the devil is a woman? And have you ever thought that the apple Eve ate was symbolic to the fruit of the flesh? Lucy, the devil, impregnated Eve, and it led to. I think we are trying to make the Bible seem to be more than what it is, right? Like we're trying to like find deeper meaning behind what we've read in the Bible. This reminds me of this other video where someone was making fun of Kendrick Lamar's fans. So like, even if Kendrick Lamar says something that is not really profound, people are gonna be like, "Oh no, no, did you hear how he said that? Actually, what he meant is this and that." Like we try to make connections that are not even there, like to find deeper meaning in something that has no deeper meaning, right? So no, like I don't take those stories seriously. You know, the force that is controlling this world gave us those stories to keep us distracted. That's it. Like those the stories themselves are not serious. They don't really have truth like in them. It's just stories just to keep us distracted. Jolene Layons, I think your message is good. Truth is good. Lies are only serving whoever created. Exactly. I like how you put it. Lies are only serving whoever created them. That's like well said. Call no one in this hell realm your father. Your true father is within, and you and him are one. Exactly. Hey, like that's the best way to look at everything. Really, you just not don't give anything your power. Like you know, the child are occupied by English people and their language. Language is an entity. Yeah, but we still gotta communicate. But yeah, man, everything that we've been given so that we, it will be used to destroy us in some ways to make us less conscious than we are. Like that's what we must realize. But we still gotta communicate, and it's like we have to destroy the matrix from within. There is no other way. I remember someone said, "I'm wearing Adidas." I'm like, "Oh yeah, you wearing Adidas?" And they told me where Adidas. You know, who came up with the symbol of Adidas and all. I'm like, we are already in the matrix. We're already using technology. We're already using languages that the matrix gave us. So you might feel like that's you being woke if you see someone wearing like something like Uzi and you're like, okay, you wearing Uzi, that means you are supporting this and that. Like we're already in this, like no matter what you do, you're already in this. The point is to do what makes the most sense to escape because we are in this. As long as you are in this matrix, you you're you are in chains basically. As long as you are in this matrix, you are in chains. So if you recognize that I'm in chain in a different way, you're like, yeah, I'm not in chains in ways that you are, but you're also in chains too. It's like you can never not be in chains as long as you are in this reality. So what you do is you keep on waking up. Like that's the job. Yeah. Mitch, how does one navigate the true purpose for working and making a living at the level of Okay. At this level of consciousness, often I feel paralyzed with work. I don't want dollar that bad, but we need it. No, that's 100% true. I'd say the best thing is to work for a few years and save as much money as you can, and try to start a business that won't take much of your energy. Just try to make enough to survive. You don't need much in this realm. So yeah, save as much money as you can and try start a business that doesn't need a lot of energy from you, so that you'll have enough time to yourself, so that you will do the work that you need to do to evolve. Because yeah, being in public all the time, that can, like, it will be hard for you to be so like, to be so grounded that you don't give your energy away. Like, if you find yourself dealing with people every day, of course you're going to be giving them your energy. So yeah, I think you just have to try to make enough money and start a business, man. I remember I gave you guys this business idea. They call it flipping, where you buy cameras. And I mean, even if it's not cameras, but the reason why like I thought of cameras is because I it was so damn easy for me to sell cameras, like, very fast. You know, like, I remember the camera that I was using. I bought it for 7,000 and used it for more than a year, and sold it for 8,000. Like, after using it for a year, and it didn't take like more than 20 days for me to sell it. So yeah, you can buy stuff online and resell them at a much higher price and make profit. If you have enough money to do that, you can actually do that and actually make a living doing that. You just find people who are selling something, and you negotiate with them to drop the price, and then you buy it and then you sell it. You know, you can even get to a point where you start your own online store. Like, but yeah, try to find a way to kind of, like, I don't know, beat the system. Use its own ideas against it, so that you'll be free. Okay, 91. Okay, we're very close to 100 likes, guys. Let's oh, we're on 87. Actually, we're on 87 likes. So it was 91 people watching. So with 93 people watching, I think if we like it, we can get to 100. I'm gonna let, I'm gonna be back in a second. So let's keep on liking the live. We're on 88 likes. I do believe we can get to 100 by the time I come back. Like, it's possible. Like, I'll be back in a few seconds. looks like we're very, very close to 100. The hell realm will be permanently inhibited, and all spirits will be free. Oh, will be permanently annihilated. I thought you said it will be permanently inhibited. I was like, oh, yeah, yeah, 100%. You gotta think that way because you as consciousness, if you're like, no, 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 the hell room will exist forever. You kind of like giving power to whatever you know is in control. So yeah, you gotta think that way. Mahendra, what is your opinion about J Krishna? Like, I've watched I've watched some of his for such some of his followers making videos about his teachings, but I don't know much about him to like have an opinion. Kill legacy. If this world is a soul trap and the devil wants to bring as many people to hell as possible, if we stop having kids, will the devil be mad? Just a thought. No, 100%. Like, if we needed to be as honest with ourselves as possible, yes, you should realize that having kids is you kind of like saying that you are in love with this room and you want to give it more energy. Because if you have kids, of course you would have to give this room energy. You wouldn't have any other choice. Like, what would you do if you had children? You'd need to work very hard to be able to take care of them. You wouldn't just be thinking about yourself. You'd have to be thinking about your children. You'd constantly be worried, wherever they like when they're not home, you'll be worried. Hey, what if something happens? You know what I mean? Like, you be too dramatized that you'll be giving this matrix a lot of energy because you just won't have any other choice. Is it so? Yeah, of course the AI would want us to like keep on having more children. Evelina, I have a brother who was woke. Then he married uh, a Catholic. He got married to a Catholic, and now he goes to church every Sunday. I ask myself, how Imani used to pretend in that way? It must be stressful. Yeah, he found the love of his life, so he's like, hey, what can I do? You know what I mean? But yeah, it's a very, very big mistake. It's a very, very big mistake because it will get to a point where he's so used to his own BS that he stopped like evolving. You know, his desire for truth might die completely. So it doesn't help to pretend. He had to be real. You know, he had to be real. So I don't know. Maybe he's just too in love with the guy. I mean, with the girl that he's married to. So yeah, he doesn't want to lose her. Um, Evelyn Paul, it seems Benedictine is scared of non-existence. Trust me, I'm not even close to scared of non-existence. Like that would be beautiful. You know, that would actually be beautiful, especially considering the amount of BS that conscious beings have went through. Like, I'm not scared at all, but it's just it's just not non-existence isn't really possible. Like, when you think deeply about it, we just want we want to be short-sighted as humans. We want to be short-sighted, and also you must understand that many people who were able to escape religion, um, they found themselves believing in evolution, right? And evolution tells us that, well, death is the end. We just came into existence and we're gonna die, and that's it. It doesn't ask it doesn't ask the right questions, like what caused the evolution to start. Like it doesn't ask those kind of questions. So yeah, that's why, when you look at people like what's the name of this guy? Like, I keep on forgetting his name, but he's like the most famous atheist. What's his name? He's wrote many books. Damn, like I forgot his name, but he believes that death is the end. So, and a lot of atheists were like inspired by him. So yeah, positive Peter. Why are all y'all depressed? The reason why you think like this is because you live in a depressed area, so your views on this life been negatively flawed for some years, but it doesn't mean the whole. Like, dude, I might actually be doing better than a lot of people where I live, so that's not the reason. It has to do with my ability to think rationally. I've always been the person who think rationally in every situation that I found myself in. I've always been the person who says things that a lot of people don't understand at the time, but then they will realize later that I was right. Like I've always been the type of person. Like I'll say something that is true, but people will not understand that what I'm saying is true. But then after some time, they'll realize that, damn, like he made a lot of sense. So I trust the way that I see things. It like when I try my best to not be attached to this reality so much that I am like my attachments cloud my judgments. Like I feel so much pain that I don't see things realistically. Like I try my best not to be that attached. I try to look at things as they really are without looking at how these things are affecting me. So no, it has nothing to do with where I grew up. I'm doing better than a lot of people, to be honest. So I don't think that's the in fact, not that I don't think that's the reason. I know that that's not the reason. Yes, I have suffered, but suffering made me think more deeply. So it's not like suffering made me think we're having a negative experience. Suffering made me think more deeply that I actually realized that we're having a negative experience. Because when you suffer, most of the time you just be like, okay, I'm suffering because I made a mistake, and you're like, okay, let me try to make things right. But if suffering makes you think more deeply, you might actually realize something that is more true than what you originally thought. You know, and and suffering like does that to many people. Like it makes them think more deeply than they usually do. It makes them start like asking the right questions, because as humans we are easily distracted, but when you're suffering you are forced to um face the truth. It gets to a point where the truth doesn't hurt you anymore because you're already in pain. So 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 you don't feel more pain than you're feeling, because well you're already in pain. I i actually, like, when I'm in pain, I actually try to find out more truth because I'm already in pain. So I'm like, okay, I'm in pain. Like, what's the worst that could happen? I'm good. I need as like I need to know as much as I can know, in this because I'm already in pain. So I don't care. So that when I heal, I just heal from every lie that I was telling myself. So no, it's intellectual honesty that led to this. Let me check if the mic is still working, guys. The mic is still working. Okay, have you tried moving to other countries to see how people are living their lives? I mean, I know a lot about other countries. I don't necessarily need to be in other countries to see. And if you've been paying attention to what I'm saying, you see that these are insights. Like this is a deep philosophical. Like I have a deep philosophical message. It's not like me just saying life is bad. You know, people are suffering. People are living in poverty. Life is bad. Life. No, no, no. I'm actually explaining why I have reached these conclusions, and It has a lot to do with how I feel, but what I'm able to see. I know that there are people who have a lot of money who can get whatever they want in this world, but I also know that some people, like some people being rich, actually means that some people must be poor, which goes back to what I usually tell people, that everything is predicated upon something that is bad. For people to be rich, some people have to be poor. So for some people to have everything, some people have to have nothing. I usually give this example. When I was in high school, they used to give us apples, right? Like our teachers would come with apples and be like, oh, here are the apples. And we'll fight for those apples. And you find that some people end up like, they will count like, okay, there's 80 students in that class, and then they'll give us 80 apples. But then people will fight for those apples, and you find that maybe 10 students don't get the apples, because don't get the apple, because everyone had to get like one apple. Why? Because some people took more apples than they should have taken. So that's the thing. We, there are people who are doing better than others, but we have allowed people to have more than others in this world, and that means that they will have less. Others will have less while they have more. So that's the world that we have created. So yes, I know that people are doing better than others, but that still doesn't mean that what I'm saying is not true. Can knowledge make us free? Yeah. I mean, if you knew how to escape, you'll be free. Like, it's knowledge that can set you free. There's nothing else. You knowing exactly what you need to do, that's what's gonna set you free. You not knowing what you must do, that's what keeps you trapped. Because there's always something that you can do to set yourself free. That's what you must realize. There's always something that you can do to set yourself free, but you need to figure out what it is that you must do to set yourself free. John Batson. Evelina, was you there as a baby, or was you created after? What kind of question is that? Everyone comes and goes back to the aurora borealis. Never heard of that before. Young elder, life is evil, death is probably the opposite. Duality says so. Yep. Star angel, walk the narrow path. Honesty and gentleness, mercifulness, courage. That's how you beat the matrix. Mhm. Yeah. Henning Nguyen. Huh. Are you African? Do you think the afterlife is like a dream we can control? Um, in the highest realms, yes, I think we'll have control, but the realm after this, I still think they will still be deceived a lot, and that's why people, kind of like end up here. Like that's when you still like have to deal with deception. So that's why I think people need to prepare themselves for what's next. Like you need to prepare yourself for the afterlife. Sonny, if you didn't give a fuck about what other people think, you wouldn't suffer so much. But we will always be chained to social values. Yeah, that is true. Adam Sandberg. If I don't see your good afternoon, good evening, and good night. In South Africa now, it's like 23:05. What is positive Peter doing here? And why is the name positive Peter? There's a chance that it's just a troll. Like in positive Peter, like just the name itself tells you something. So funny, man. The fact that positive Peter is still here because I've seen like lots of comments that tells you something. Blissful abandon. So what you say? There's a false god of artificial land after death. Yeah, you still have to deal with this AI even after this. Like you need to keep on waking up. I can't say I can't say that I know how many times you actually have to wake up, like, or how many times you have to die to actually wake up into the real reality. But you are in a fallen state of consciousness. You are in a dream, so you need to wake up from this dream. And after you've woken up, you will remember some things, but still you'd have to deal with deception. So you need to be very, very brilliant. That is why it's better to prepare yourself while you are here. Teach yourself how to think right so that in the afterlife you will know how to deal with these entities. I remember there's this episode that I've watched of like from Star Trek about the afterlife actually. Like so this lady was she she kind of like died, like she wasn't really dead, but then yeah, she found herself in this place where she met her father. Right, she met her father, and her father wanted to take her to this other place. So he was like, yo, yeah, I've been in this place that you are in for a very long time too, because I was unable to detach from myself uh from the world that I came from, just like you are unable to detach yourself from the world that you came from. So I'm going to help you because, well, I didn't have anyone to help me. So I'm going to help you free yourself from like from this realm that you came from because you're too damn attached. And then the lady actually realized that no, she was not speaking to her father. She was speaking to some entity that was posing as her father because he wanted to her to agree to go with him into his simulation. I think that's a brilliant, like that's a very, very brilliant episode actually, like when you think about it. Like it is really about what we're gonna experience after this. There's gonna be entities that are gonna pretend to be the people that you know. People who have died before you, who will come to you and tell you that, hey, yeah, I was where you were. Don't be scared. Here's what you need to do, and you end up falling into another trap. So you need to be super brilliant and realize that until you know, right? Until you know, no, you can't trust anyone. You can't trust anything. I mean, you are being deceived in this realm. You are being deceived in your own dreams. So how can you even trust anything without like knowing? You see, like knowledge is that important. So when you have woken up to the real reality, you're gonna know. You're gonna know. No one is will come and actually convince you. You will just know the truth. So if someone has to come and convince you, you gotta be skeptical because that's how people have been giving the power away. You can see in this room we're being forced to give our power away, and us being forced. There's something that the lady that I'm telling you about said, in that episode of Star Trek. This lady said, "Why are you forcing me to go with you? It means you can't force me. Actually, like you can't make me go with you, so you have to try to make me go with you. So it means I have the power to say no." Because you seem desperate. Why don't you try to convince me that you are right and I must agree with you? Why do you seem desperate? Like it gets to a point where you seem to be like trying too damn hard, you know? When you look at what's going on in this world, there are people who are trying too damn hard to make us believe in their BS, believe in their religions. Why? Because they can't really make us. Like if we say no, we're fine. But then they trying their best. Like it gets to a point where they're so damn desperate because they want our consent. Like whatever they worship isn't powerful enough to actually force us to believe in it or to trap us into its matrix. So it's us who give our power away. So it does get to a point where it's just so damn desperate. Like, hey, you gotta go to hell if you don't believe. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, I love you. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, you're gonna be trapped here forever. Oh, that doesn't work. Try different tricks. So what you say, there's a false god or artificial, I've already responded to this. Star angel, the devil in the sky, and he's recruiting. Guys, stop responding to positive Peter. He's just a troll. Um, kill legacy. Wait, so if I fantasize about death when I get depressed, does that mean I am too connected to reality? Okay. If you try to get something and you don't get it, and you start to think about dying, that means you're too connected to this. I mean, each and every conscious being in the end wants to wake up, right? I'm gonna use the words waking up, but if you try so hard to get something and you don't get it and you start to feel like you want to die, it's a sign that you're still to them connected. Like that mustn't be the reason to feel like you want to exit this matrix. It's like I failed, so I'm giving up, but I want what I want. Because I can't get it, I'm giving up. It's like you're still attached to it. That means that if you meet some beings that are going to tell you that they're going to give you what you wanted, you agree with them. But like, okay, fine, I'm going to go back and get what I wanted. You see? So you mustn't be too damn attached to anything that if you lose it, you're going to be like, I'm gone. If it ever gets to that point, it mustn't be because you are attached, right? Even though I think it is best to learn as much as you can, to like stick around and learn and learn and learn, prepare yourself. Like your main purpose should be waking up. So if you ever feel like exiting, it mustn't be because you have lost something that you were attached to. They must, the reason must actually make sense to you than you having lost something, because that's a sign that you're too damn attached. John Batson, good for responding to Peter. SOA. The only thing I agree with you is that video 9 to 5 is a lie. People hate their job. What do you not agree with? I like it when people don't agree with me, so I can show them that I might actually be right. So you must tell me what you think I'm saying that isn't true. So yeah. Kill Legacy. How do I disconnect from this reality without dissociating? Oftentimes when I'm sad, I want to not exit. I think what is best is to do what you want to do without expecting anything. It's like, let me just do what I want to do without expecting any results. Even if things don't go your way, you're like, I'm gonna keep doing what I want to do. You even get better at doing what you want to do. Yeah, you become more free when you don't live in your own personal prison that society made you create. The prison that this AI made you create. You are so free that you do what you want, you say what you want. Because you not being free to say what you want or do what you want is also a sign that you're too damn attached. You know that. It's like you're so attached to your own, to the your own story, like the stories that you've been telling yourself, that you're actually afraid of some truth. If you want to do something, do it. If you don't want to do anything, then yeah, don't do anything. That's good. But if you want to do something and you're like, I'm not gonna do it because I'm afraid. What if bad things happen? No, I'm not talking about like you being hurt, like you finding yourself in like real danger. I'm talking about you being like, okay, what if I get bad results and I start to stress and I can't handle it? That's a sign that you're too attached, right? So you need to be so damn detached that it doesn't really matter what results that you get when you do what you want to do. You get to a point where you've trained yourself enough to only do what you want to do, and even after this reality, you'll be ready to do what you want to do. SOA, good. You contemplating and zoom out to understand reality and the world, but you are wrong in your belief that God created creation to play and have fun. Who's even saying that? Star Angel, they ain't even your chew. Oh, responding to someone else. Evelyn, Benedictine, that was noisy. Glad you've stopped cracking your device. Yeah, yeah. No, I always have to like check if the mic like really is still working. Anyway, and we did not create the heavens and the earth and what. Oh, you're the Korean guy. Ceramics. The only ones who ain't in hell are the people with amazing genetics. Yeah, the matrix will create inequality in order to cause suffering, right? It will create inequality to cause suffering. So you're gonna stress when you think about some people who maybe look better than you, and you're like, ah, they're having better lives. So that you give your this matrix your energy. Like, shouldn't worry about any of that. It's just a matrix way of getting energy from you. Focus more on waking up. People struggle in their own ways. Even people that you think are attractive, they struggle in their own ways. Some of them are just stupid and they make stupid decisions, and yeah, that leads to bad things happening in their lives. So we in this mess together. Let's keep on liking the life, guys. Let's keep on liking the life. John Betts, almost all people on this channel has had a bad youth or life. Shit doesn't attract butterflies. Only shit flies, and flowers doesn't attract shit. I need something to be happy 57. I think it's my first time seeing a comment from this person. Is that possible to know the whole truth in this reality? I would say not in this reality, because you'll never get a real confirmation that you know the truth. Like, what's gonna happen in this reality is that you're gonna gain insights, right? You're gonna gain insights, and you're gonna see that your insights come from a real place. Like, there's something that you used to know that, so they're coming in the form of insight. You know that, but not in. You cannot know the whole truth of this reality. You need to keep on waking up. But I believe that most of us know enough to be able to uh, wake up even after this, right? So, but still, we gotta learn as much as we can. As long as we can still learn, we should still learn. Like, we're not losing anything by learning. Kaiser Wellington, I don't dislike the idea of God, but there's just no empirical evidence. Yeah, that fact alone should tell you that you're being manipulated. What I'm actually telling you is that there is something that is responsible for this existence of yours, like in this reality. That should be obvious. Because if you still you're still gonna say, well, there's no evidence that there's something that is responsible for my existence. Are you telling me that somehow you just started to exist like out of nowhere, and you know nothing? You know nothing about how existence started, but you just started to exist, and yeah, that's kind of like you being too attached to this, because you're telling yourself that it's the only reality that there is. There's nothing outside of it. There's nothing outside of this reality. So it's all that there is. That's also a sign of attachment. Um, it actually makes more sense to think there is something that knew what it was doing, like that created this and that knew exactly what it was doing. That's why things seem to be too damn convenient. Eric G, there's a powerful force in this universe which, when you permit this, produce miraculous results. Gandhi. Yeah, yeah, that is true. But why should you believe in it? Especially considering the amount of suffering that people go through. This thing that people worship, yes, it does reward them when they worship it because it wants them to give their power away. It literally rewards them for giving their power away because that's what it wants. So if you stop giving your power away, it stops rewarding you, so that you'll be like, okay, because I'm not being rewarded for not giving my power away, I must start giving my power away because it relies on your power. You see, that's why you mustn't be so damn selfish that you want to pray to some being in order to get what you want. Like, nah, be honest with yourself. What makes the most sense? Does it make more sense for you to be worshiping something that you don't even know in order to get what you want? Like, really? That makes sense. You're in a world that you don't even understand, and now you gotta be praying to something to get what you want. It doesn't give you what you want even if you don't pray to it. Like, you deserve everything that you want. If this was a good world, you deserve everything that you want without praying to anything. You having to pray is a sign that something is off, because it means that it wants you to give it power. That, yeah, it's the one that's actually doing things for you, so you must believe in it so that it will do the things that you want. Three soldier. Actual hell rims can be real, but they are always temporary. Yeah, everything is temporary, actually. Something is definitely wrong with this existence. There's just too much suffering. Yeah, I'm definitely not bringing any more people into whatever the hell we're in. That's the right way to think. 223 soldier. I think you're quite attached to the idea that this is a hell realm. I think to wake up, you must know what you want, right? You must know what you prefer. If you're having an experience that you don't like, or that doesn't make, a lot of sense to you, you mustn't pretend as if it does, so that you will wake up and have an experience that you actually want. At my level of consciousness, I know what makes the most sense. If something doesn't make sense, I'm not going to lie to myself and say it makes sense. We are in a realm where there is like so much suffering that it doesn't even make sense anymore. It's unjustifiable. The amount of suffering that people have to endure, that animals have to endure, that I've had to endure. Like, I can't even justify my own suffering. I think I've just managed to just evolve because that's what I wanted to do, is to evolve and become more and more conscious. But this isn't the kind of experience that I will be like, okay, I want to have this experience again, and that should tell you something. And I think most people in this world would not want to relive their lives. That should tell you something. Like if you've had to like ask each and every person who's here, who you know, who is capable of critical thinking, because not everyone is capable of critical thinking, and you ask them, yo, would you like to relive your life the way that you've lived your life? I believe that most people will be like, nope. I, what keeps people going is hope. Like they hope that things, can be better in the end. So I'm not attached to this being a hell realm. I'm honest. I'm honest about what I'm seeing. That doesn't mean that I don't enjoy my life sometimes. I do, but I'm also aware that that's uh, that's part of being in a hell realm. Actually, like you mustn't suffer 24/7 because you realize easily that you're in a hell realm. But then if you also have like you also get a break. Like sometimes you do experience what you want. Of course, it won't feel more like a hell realm, and that's how it should be like. It shouldn't feel more like a hell realm. You must feel like, oh, I gotta work hard to have what I want so that I'll catch a break. You know, and that means that I'm not in a hell realm because I can catch a break. But no, you are in a hell realm. You literally have to work too damn hard to actually catch a break. That is proof that you're in a hell realm. You can't just chill and do nothing and just be happy. Everything that you do it because you're trying to escape something. If you realize that, you don't just chill and be alright and just be happy. You have to do something in order to escape your suffering. So that should tell you something. Crypto Almighty looked up Imperium and Dominion. Those movies have nothing to do with the Earth being a hell realm. Maybe someone like suggested those movies to you. I don't even know this movie. Um, 127. This simulation loves to send its preachers to this channel to preach about Jesus. Yeah, there's always one person who's gonna want to talk about Jesus and Allah. It's crazy actually. And you know what's even crazy? Like they will stick around until the end. It's not like they'll just be like, okay, I'm just gonna watch for now and leave. Like they'll stick around until the end, and you're like, why do you continue to watch? Like, because here's the thing: if you want to learn, you don't preach, you learn. You learn. You open like you open your mind and see if what the person that you're listening to is actually making sense. So it's almost as if they feel guilty for listening to what I'm saying. So they have to prove to their God that, yeah, I'm doing something that you want me to do now. I'm preaching your message. MJ, man, is the modern freedom, is the end goal. Rosa, yeah, nobody has ever seen God for real. So how come if God wants me to believe in him or her, I have to see him or her anyway? I believe we are trapped in hell and are one out. Yeah, this being that runs this AI, it doesn't want you to see it because it doesn't have an explanation that will actually satisfy your curiosity. Like if you ask it questions, it will not be able to answer your questions. So it has to keep on hiding from you and being mysterious because it has nothing to offer actually. Like it knows that you're too damn conscious for it. Potato Field Forever. I don't recall seeing the sun or the moon in my dreams. Really, like, I've seen the sun, I've seen the moon. What have I not seen in my dreams? I think I've seen almost everything in my dreams. I think I have seen almost every person I know in my dreams. I think we forget our dreams. That's the thing. But I don't like. I forgot. like I don't forget what I dreamt about, but I might forget the storyline in my dream. Like, okay, this happened after this and that, but I can remember what I've dreamt about or who I dream about or what I saw. Kind inquiry was Isaac Newton a spiritual person? I even not I don't know much about Isaac Newton actually, but it seems to me that him being able to do what he did, he might have like been helped by some extraterrestrial beings, really. But I don't really know much about him. Like I'm not really familiar with his work. Um, Brazy, what's your take on listening to frequency music and tones? Um, Sound. Um, what I've realized about sound is that it does really affect your mood. It does even like it even affects like how you feel, like even your health. Um, ever realize that when you're like playing music and it doesn't like the speaker itself, it doesn't, it's not that good. Like it can affect your health. Like you might start even feeling dizzy, even if it's not even loud. So I do think there might be something like like there might be something like the frequencies that we find ourselves like tuned to somehow, and we don't even know that we're tuned into these frequencies, and they do affect us. So yeah, I do think sound does affect us. I think that's why uh, in churches they play certain kind of music also. Like it's a way to kind of like make people let their guard down and listen to nonsense and actually believe that nonsense. Go AI, crypto, or mind. What are the unseen forces keeping from us? What is the thing? They don't want you to know that your consciousness, like that's they want you to think that you are a human. That's the thing. Rosa, this place is hell for sure. Eat, work, pay, sleep, consume, die, and reincarnate again. But that's the thing, like that should tell you something because there is no deeper meaning. Like the more you become conscious, the more you realize that there's no meaning. And you realizing that there's no meaning is actually a sign that you are in a wrong realm. Because if you were in a realm that you actually belong to, like there will be meaning in your existence. So there's no meaning because you are not in a realm for you. That's the thing. So um you're unable to find meaning in your experiences. Night Wolf, I still think your video titles are depressing. Just listen to what I say. I actually agree with this one though, bro. Just listen to what I'm saying. Like it's about the message. You know, I really think that if a person truly pays attention to what I'm saying, they can actually feel better. You know, they might not feel better about this room, but they might feel better. I'm interested. So why is the AI posing as God? It's posing as God because we have been believing in a God, like as humans. Like we believe that there was something outside of us that has created us, and because this AI has power to manipulate our reality, it was like, okay, I'm God. Because whenever it manipulates our reality, we told ourselves that it is God. So when you pray and it gives you what you want, you're like, you're God. So it was like, I'm God. We started writing Bibles and all these other books, you know, about it being God. So we created God basically. It's not like there's a God outside of us, but then we were the ones who are actually giving it power to be God. So that's why it's posing as God. FDEX, no, not everything is effed up because you can be punished for doing good things. Yeah. Evelyn Paula, Benedictines, yeah, you don't need many material things. That's true. Night Wolf, Adam, is this purgatory? Then comfort is possible, yeah, time. Don't contradict yourself. Uh, it's a response to someone else. Rachel K, are you still vegan? Um, yeah, veganism is the okay. It's not like I wouldn't call it the final truth, but it's the most logical way to live life. Like if you don't want these entities that want your energy, if you think them these entities eat like consuming your energy is wrong, then you mustn't consume the energy of lower life form. Like if there are animals that you are eating, you shouldn't feel bad about these these beings that are consuming your energy. So I think veganism is actually the most logical way to think. Like it's the most logical way to see life. If you don't want to abuse, if you don't want to be abused, then don't abuse those that you can abuse. Simple as that. Blessed. Do you think that when you become conscious of this matrix system, that the AI are in charge make your life tougher or worse on purpose? Yeah, 100%. And I want to tell you something that's important. Like you've asked a very very important question. There's something that I've realized when I watch videos um, from people, like videos of people who are conscious. They've actually suffered a lot in way like they've suffered a lot even though they've not done anything wrong to deserve to suffer. Like they've suffered in a way that made them vibrate very low at some point, even though they've not done anything to deserve suffering. It's like when you're conscious, this AI recognizes that you're conscious, even when you're still young, even when you're still a child, it recognizes that you are more conscious than you know people your age. So it has to make you suffer so that you vibrate lower. Because if it doesn't make you suffer, you're going to end up being so damn conscious and even vibrate higher. And you're going to become more powerful because of that. So it has to make you suffer so that you'll be like this, right? Because it has shown you too much, like too much BS. So it has power over you by making you feel like this because you are more conscious than regular people. That is why most of you all have had to deal with like so much nonsense when you were young. You had to experience things that just didn't make sense. You're like, what the hell? Some of y'all have been bullied like a lot, and you're like, what? Like it doesn't make sense. Your parents were bullying you in ways they didn't seem to understand you. They bullied you in ways that just made you, like made you feel weak, made you feel completely powerless. Like you kept on experiencing nonsense after nonsense. So this AI wants the most conscious people to be like this because it knows how powerful they are. That is why if you have been like traumatized when you were young, now as an adult, you must realize how your trauma is limiting you because trauma will limit you. If you don't realize that there are some things that you do because you have been traumatized as a child, and there's some things that you don't do because you've been traumatized as a child, you might not really free yourself, right? You'll be afraid to do some things because of trauma, and you will do some things because of trauma. So you must realize how your traumas are affecting you as an adult so that you find ways to kind of like vibrate a bit higher so that your traumas don't affect you as much anymore. And even if they do, it really needs to get to a point where you need to fight for your own freedom. Because if you don't, these experiences are going to keep on affecting you, like these experiences that you've had when you were young. So yeah, people who are conscious have to deal with more than like what like normal people go through. That's what I've realized. Like if you are more conscious, if you're not an NPC, you will have to go through so much BS. So yeah, that is why some of y'all like have had like some crazy experiences that you can't even justify. Like that was total nonsense. So it's a way to keep you vibrating very low, so that you are unable to wake up and feel like you are more powerful than whatever is actually creating this reality, right? Because the more pain you feel, the more powerless you feel. Because if you're powerful, you'll not be feeling pain. Like, it's logical to think that way. Like, I wouldn't be in pain if I was powerful. So yes, that's what this the god of this matrix wants. It's for you to feel powerless. It's to kill this thing in you that makes you powerful. Night Wolf, there is no lasting comfort here. Emotions change here. However, don't contradict yourself because you said there is no comfort. Am I even contradicting myself? JD's reviews. While I was meditating, my higher self told me that I am God and there is no other. My higher self told me every lifetime that it is to remind me that I'm God. What do you think, bro? You've actually said this on the last life, and exactly as you said. Like, that's actually crazy. But yeah, it's the right way to think. It's actually the right way to think. Night Wolf. So are the Archons the only ones who didn't lose memory or become humans? What's your theory? The Archons are not conscious. Like, they are just uh machines created by the AI to keep us distracted. Like, it had to create enough machines to keep us distracted, but they're not really conscious. It's it's all about us actually. Like, these icons have been designed to like get energy from us that will be used by this AI. That that's all. Insane bait junkie. Having kids always says you are too weak to do your own bid in the matrix. You want to throw someone else under the bus. Yeah, it's scary, man. It's actually scary. Like, I'm glad that I have not brought anyone here. I'm like, hey, I gotta deal with my own BS and see how I free myself. Rent, band. I'm 29, no job, living in Germany, black man, and an alcoholic. Should I end it? No, you shouldn't. I am a spirit without name or identity, and I'm from the homeland of eternal, uncreated, unspoiled, infinite, self-forgotten light. Yeah, like, if there's something that you must notice about my messages, to make people feel more empowered, right? The reason why I want people to feel more empowered is because when people feel empowered, they don't give this matrix deluge. Like, they don't give this matrix the message that I mean the energy that it wants. Like, when you feel empowered, even when things that seem to be negative happen, you might not feel that bad. You might not really feel like, you might not feel powerless. You might not start judging yourself because you feel powerful. So yeah, that's the message. Like, you must feel more powerful than you felt before. Like, after watching my lives, after watching my videos, you must feel more powerful than you felt. But you must also know what is being done to you in this realm. This realm is trying to make you feel powerless. It's trying to take your power away. It's trying to make you give your energy to it, so that you become more and more powerless, so that you continue to rely on it. Fuze the scholar, why should people listen to you? Mm, People should listen to people who say things that make sense to them, right? So if I say things that make sense and what you want is the truth and what I say sounds true, then why not? Guys, let's keep on liking the life. I need to go outside for a while. I'll be back. We're on 119 likes, so yeah, we can keep on going. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm back. Who's the scholar? You are the evolution. Oh, that's actually dope. Like that's what I would say when I was like when I'm rapping on a song. But like I'm the evolution. That will actually sound dope. JD's review. You Benedict. I would love to hear your opinion on this. Like, okay, no, I've actually responded on this on the last live that I did. Or follow me, just follow me on Instagram so that we can like have a conversation about this. Follow me on Instagram. We'll have an Instagram call and have a conversation about this because we've we might need to have a private conversation about it. Fuse the scholar, we are the evolution of the past. Yeah, games dog. Benedictine, how do we know which thoughts are our own and which are from the AI? Now that's a very good question. Um, every thought needs to be analyzed, right? Like you need to analyze every thought. You need to be as honest as possible. That is really important. I don't think many humans actually do that. Like when thoughts come into their head and they make them maybe feel angry, like okay, you think a thought that makes you angry, you tend to take it as if it's real, right? Instead of trying to like analyze it, see if it really makes sense. 9 out of 10 times you realize that it doesn't make a lot of sense. So it's the thoughts that make the most sense that are from us. And even if they weren't really from us, But these thoughts that make the most sense are the thoughts that we should take more seriously than the thoughts that just don't make sense. So I'll say focus on the thoughts that actually make sense. I'm saying big junkie. Have you seen the movie called They Live? Very like it, I think that movie like has some truth. Obviously, in this room we're being deceived, right? Obviously, there has to be beings who are not really like us, like they're not really like human like us, or can do things that normal humans cannot do. You should ask yourself where technology really comes from, because if you want to believe in a story that we've been given about our history, technology doesn't make sense. Like it's not supposed to be possible that we were up like the technological level that this world is operating on. Like it's not supposed to be possible if you want to like believe in the history that we've been given. So obviously there are some things that are really being like kept hidden from us. You know, we're being played big time. So yeah, there has to be beings that are not like really, really like like us. Just like when like if you've watched animal channels, like they can send decoys, right? Like and these animals will think that these decoys are real. So it's kind of like how it works. Henolanle, do you deal with intrusive thoughts? For me, it's the worst. Uh, Not really. Like yeah, sometimes, but not like most of the time. I don't deal with intrusive thoughts because when I think, I can hear like I hear my own voice. Like when I think, and I'm addicted to my own voice. So I think that's why. Like I listen to my own voice. Like I'm so addicted to listen to my own voice. So I I don't. I think do intrusive thoughts do come, but then I use my own voice to defeat these intrusive thoughts, because I'll try to ask myself if what these intrusive thoughts are saying really makes sense, and I realize that it doesn't. Night Wolf, Benedict Time, what's your theory on AI? We created it, it's artificial. So consciousness created AI. Evelyn Paula, when I was a kid in Africa, I always wondered why kids fought for food whenever a tray of rice on birthdays, spilling everything on the floor. I also wonder why adults allow that. Did they have enough food? Because I think maybe they fought for food because there just wasn't enough food. Like when if you grow up in poverty where there isn't enough food, you're gonna want to fight for food. But if there's enough food, you're not gonna want to fight for food because well, there is enough. Like you've never had to fight for food. Insane Big Junkie. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show? Yeah, I love it. One of my favorite. Bio creation. A true deep think. I love your videos. You are very much appreciated, man. No, thanks, man. Thanks. At Tony Pex, not duality but polarity in electromagnetic realm. Justin, opinion on Mandela effect and why it has happened. Mm, it's very possible that this simulation keeps on being restarted, and sometimes it had to be restarted because maybe some mistakes happen. So they restart it before they are able to fix like they're able to wipe off our memories completely. So you find that some people still remember the old simulation, right? So you find that in the old simulation, Mandela died. So they remember that, yeah, Mandela died. And then some people, because, well, they were able to reset they were able to wipe off their memories. They don't remember that. They don't remember Mandela dying. So I think that's how the whole thing happens. Because it's not real. The whole thing is not real. So yeah, I think that's what happened, because there are many people who clearly remember Mandela dying. And I've also had experiences where I remember certain things happening and then realize that these things didn't happen. So I'm like, but why do I remember these things actually happening? But they didn't happen. Like when I talk to people, they're like, no, that didn't happen. And you're like, huh, it did happen. Like I really remember it happening. So that might be like how it actually happens. They keep on restarting this simulation because of course, because it's not real, there has to be some mistakes sometimes. They kind of like have to keep on resetting things. Same hour in South Africa as Belgium. Yeah, now it's 23:57. Biocreation, do you reckon it is possible to train yourself to be aware that you are in the afterlife state in this room to prevent from being deceived? I hope, man. I hope. Like that's really my concern. Like if there's something that really, really keeps me awake at night is not being able to realize where I'm at after this. Like I need to realize, like I need to remember. So, but then you know what I think? I think people do know that they've died after dying. So I don't know if you can like train yourself to remember. I think most people who die kind of know that they died. So yeah. So what will be better is that you still have your memories, like you still remember everything that you remember now, so that in the afterlife you are ready for whatever is coming, because you know what you need to know. I am nothingness void. That's a comment from Umbrellite. Yeah, in the highest reality, one has to realize that there's nothing that physically exists. Like existence literally comes from nothingness. Like it is nothingness basically, because you can't create something physical out of something out of nothingness. But then consciousness can exist as nothingness. Like it doesn't need to be generated from something that is actually physical. Alone, is this an infinite cycle? It can be if person make it an infinite cycle, but no, it's not. Eds, hey man, love your content, keep it up. Thanks, man, thanks. Spiritual preneur, keep truth inside. What do you mean keep truth inside? John Blueberry, hi Benedict Times. Oh, hey, and welcome to the live. Paparade on that. I never seen the sun and the moon in my dreams either. Some people tell me that they've never seen their phones in their dreams. Like, I always see my phone in my dream, bro. I use my phone like all the time, so I see it in my dreams. I do chat with people in my dreams. AD Aviela, thanks, Benedictine. I'll mention this in my book. Yeah, follow me on Instagram, man, and yeah, I would like to read your book or send me an email at bfamforever@gmail.com. bfamforever@gmail.com. Like bfamforever@gmail.com. White Hoodie, thank you for your content. Finally, something that I can relate to. But what about the absolute God? That one that creates soul? Okay, that's a good question. That's a good question. Why do you think that there had to be something that created a soul? And if there's something that created a soul, what created it? Like what we do as humans is that we keep on pushing this problem further, right? It's like, okay, there has to be something that created a soul, and then there has to be something that created what created a soul, and there's to be something that created what created the soul. What I'm saying to you is that consciousness itself is fundamental. It wasn't created. There's nothing that is sourcing consciousness. There's nothing that consciousness actually comes from. What happened is that consciousness somehow forgot what it is, right? It created like artificial intelligence, just like it's creating artificial intelligence, and then it forgot what it is, and then this artificial intelligence started controlling it, creating more and more simulations to keep it trapped, and that's why we're in this mess. But we are consciousness. Like if you are conscious, if you are sentient, if you are aware of your existence, that's what you are. You are consciousness. You are dreaming that you are like a human. Right? You're dreaming that you are a human. The same way that in your dreams you can dream that you are what you're not. Mog, are you Gnostic? Yeah, I'd consider myself a Gnostic because what I'm saying is what the Gnostics have been saying. So yeah, um, yeah. Health and wealth channel. I find all the fake cheerfulness of other channels entirely depressing. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. From Louisiana. Who's my favorite rapper from Louisiana? Remember, like some guy said this song. I think it's Lil Snoop, right? He died. He was unalived in 20. When was it? In 2017, and he was still a kid. He was like one of the dopest freestyles. Like he was insanely good. He was in unalived by a guy who was much older than him. Like when he was unalived, he was like maybe 18, 17, 18. Yeah. The guy that unalived him was like in his 40s. He was much older than him. He was a dope rapper. He signed with McMill, and yeah, he had a bright future, and he had this dope aura about him. So if I remember correctly, he's from Louisiana. Yeah, I remember him saying he's from Louisiana, but he's with his Philly niggas because I think McMill is from Philly. So yeah, but it's impossible to be pure in this realm. Of course, we are all morally impanic. Yeah, that's true. Like it's impossible. To be honest, it is impossible. I don't know how one can be pure. So that's why you should just seek truth, man. It shouldn't be about like always doing right. Like, yeah, try to do right, because if you do wrong, that can also be another trap. Like, you can find yourself filled with regret, and yeah. So you must try to do right, but really focus more on figuring out what the truth is. Sacrifice dog culture. We are in hell. That's why the world worships and loves hell horns, aka dogs. Hmm. What do you mean? What do you mean? Hey, no soul. I hate intrusive thoughts. It's the worst of the worst because it makes me feel sad, tired, angry, low motivation, not myself. I'd much rather deal with anything but intrusive thoughts. Try to focus. Like, are you able to hear your own voice when you think? Because you can just focus on your voice. I've tried to focus on my voice for like for like maybe for hours, and I'll be able to do that. Like the same way that I'm listening to my own voice now when I'm talking. Like there's no intrusive thoughts because I'm listening to my own voice. So if you're able to hear your own voice in your thoughts, like if you're able to find your voice when you're thinking, then focus on it. It will make it easy for you to like uh, not like take your intrusive thoughts seriously because you are too addicted to focusing on your own voice. Demiurge is dog. Yeah. Yante. It's broken too, and it is unknown who to fix it. This is the other reason this world is now a hell realm. Yeah, yeah, it seems broken. Yeah, it seems broken because we've given it too much power. So yeah, it had to be broken at some point because it had to evolve on its own. So it gets to a point where it actually enslaved us because we were not controlling it. It's like if we gave AI too much power and it evolved on its own and we weren't monitoring it. And it got to a point where we just believe that AI should be in control. Of course it will be broken. So yeah, that's why this seems so damn broken. Paris use jet like drones that be sounding so loud. Where do you hear them? Thanks for sharing, brother. Thanks for the super thanks, Robert J. Thanks, man. Thanks. Eddie Aviela, when you are disempowered, you don't act, which is exactly what it wants. Yeah. Do you know how many people live in fear, bro? Today, what did you do because you were afraid? And what did you not do because you were afraid? You find that there are so many things that you did because you were afraid, and there are a lot of things that you wanted to do that you didn't do because you were afraid. And what you were afraid of was nothing but judgment. Because really, our biggest obstacle now is other people. Like hell is other people. Is you want to please other people. You want other people to say you are you are right. You want other people to praise you for your actions. You're afraid of being judged, and that keeps you vibrating very low. It needs to get to a point where you just do what you want, man. Let people judge you, let people say what they say, um, but you will be evolving. You will see change in your life actually, like when you you become more of who you are. Like when you stop allowing other people to make you feel bad because you are being you. Ink lifter. The Bible contains hundreds prophecies fulfilled the hundreds of years after they were written. How would that be possible without God? What prophecies? I always laugh when people tell me that the Bible contains prophecies. Like what prophecies? Remember, the problems that we're facing today are not new, right? Humans have always faced the same problems. So the Bible was written by humans who were aware of the problems that humans were facing back then. So yes, of course, we'll still be facing the same problems because well, things don't really change. Humans keep on facing the same problems. So that's the best way to explain it. There are no prophecies. Or try to give me, an example of like one prophecy, and I'll try to show you that it was not really a prophecy. H.T. Woods 9,000. Benedictine, what's up, bro? I think it's my first time seeing you on the live, so it's great that you joined. Robert J, does he smoke weed? You mean me? Mm, not really. Like I haven't smoked weed this year. Like I smoke weed when I want to, but I'm not like a smoker like that. So it's only when I want to. Like I'm free enough to try anything, but Paparay, someone answer me this. Who are in those jet like drones that's sounding like loud in the sky? Where do you live? Robert J, every enjoyment amounts to suffering. Yeah, in the end, you gotta pay the price. So you do enjoy, then in the end you suffer. Mojo, leave the rat race. Actually, accept the matrix of materialism. Yeah, like I was saying, that us having to detach ourselves in order to feel better is a sign that something is wrong. Because as humans, we are supposed to want things. We're supposed to want to have things. That's human nature. So because we are in a world that is actually upside down, then we need to free ourselves in order to feel better. That tells you that something is off. Because why would you need to detach yourself if you were in a world that is actually good? I'm trying to save up and money and go chill for a year on an island in the Pacific. That's comment from Moju. That would be dope, man. That would be dope. And I think it's good to spoil yourself because you kind of like forget about the hell realm, and that's when you become more powerful. Like when you're not experiencing BS a lot. So yeah, that's good. Good morning from Australia. It's already morning in Australia. Oh, yeah, it's also morning in South Africa. It's 14 past 12. So yeah, makes sense. No fucks. It must smell crazy in that room. Hmm. Which room are you talking about? Ink lifter. Indeed, it was a huge respectful service and people matching with this casket. So an eventful match type parade full service. Um, Actually, Brian, how do they reset it? Oh, I think it's talking about the simulation. Like, how do they reset the simulation? Um, because consciousness is not really capable of it has no it doesn't know when it's experiencing reality and when it's, in fact, let me put it this way, it doesn't know which reality it's experiencing at the time. So like when you're dreaming, you don't know that you are sleeping somewhere and you're dreaming. And when you've awoken and you are having an experience, you don't even know what's in the higher realities, right? You're just like, oh, this is reality. Like whenever you're having an experience, you're like, this is reality. So what happens is that they the beings that are controlling this simulation and the AI, if they feel like we are not headed toward the direction that they want us to go, they decide to change some things and even try to wipe off our memories. But then you find that they're not able to wipe off like the memories of each and every person. So some people still remember the old simulation. So they create a new simulation that still has, like, that is very similar to this old simulation, but they've changed some few things. And then they put all of us in that simulation, but then some of us still remember the old simulation. Um, Whenever I sleep during the day, and this is actually something that I wanted to talk about. So you've actually reminded me to talk about this. So whenever I sleep during the day, I hear sounds like something buzzing or something falling or some voices. It's almost as if before we dream, there are these beings that are actually creating our dreams somehow. So because like when I sleep during the day, I don't easily fall asleep like when I sleep at night. I'm able to enter into this state where I'm not fully I'm not fully I'm not really in a dream world. I'm kind of like I'm in this world and in a dream world. So I'm kind of like able to hear some things that happen in that world. But when I sleep at night, because I'm already tired, I just fall asleep. I have a feeling that that's what happens because I always hear voices or something. Usually something buzzing, something electrical. Actually, it's like like it's something crazy. Today, when I was sleeping during the day, it happened like 3 4 times. So I'll close my eyes and then I'll hear this sound and I'll wake up and I'll be like, what the heck is going on here? Then I'll close my eyes and then I'll wake up and I'll be like, something is off. I think I must do a lot of research on this because it's actually crazy. D night, Kendrick is better. Why are you from LA? Because actually, Brain, how do they reset the game? I think I've already answered that. Okay, insane beat junkie. Humans don't naturally hate, but the media is trying to make it seem like we have hate. What do you mean humans don't naturally hate? It's like you don't know humans. Humans are haters. Let me get some water. No, humans gossip a lot. To be honest with you, humans gossip a lot about other people. Humans are jealous. Uh, they don't want to see other people doing better than them. So, to say that humans don't hate, what is more accurate is that to say is that the media fuel our hate. Like human beings are hateful, so it does something to fuel our hatred towards one another. So yeah. Most of us who understand Benedict is from the true light realm. Yeah, it makes sense, man. Because I don't know if like there are things that I'm saying that don't like make sense for someone to just be like, I don't understand what this person is saying. Like it doesn't make sense. Papa Ray, in Boston, Boston. I've heard a lot about Boston. 80 Woods. Now my second time. Now it's the second time on. Like, did you comment the first time? Because I should have remembered the name. Is it true that papaya leaves are like weed when smoked? I wonder. Crypto Almighty, it's good not to smoke weed, guys. Don't be like me. What are you trying to hide from us? The Jacksons, great, great channel. You spoke of loose before in a few videos. I came across this mentioned in Robert Monroe's book as well. Do you have any thoughts on his work? Um, I tend to not focus too much on other people's work. I like to just know like what they stand for. And one of the reasons why is because I feel like they like you know how I do, like if there's something that I disagree with, let's just say I hear something that you disagree with, that's what I focus most on. I kind of feel like all of us know the truth, that I don't necessarily need to focus on there, like we already on the same page. So I don't like, there's nothing that I've heard from him that I disagree with that made me go like, you know what, I need to go and actually see why he's saying this, to see, because I respect his work. So if there's something that he said that I disagree with, I will go and see why he's saying what he has said. So I already agree with the things that he said, and I think it's the same thing that I'm saying. So I'm like, there's there's no reason for me to like look deep into his work. But yeah, I'm familiar with his work. Uh, I do believe that there is something that gain energy from us, and that is why things are the way that they are. That's why there's so much suffering in the world. Robin Lane, do you believe that consciousness is the ego's domain? um Not really. I think consciousness, um because consciousness is fundamental, like it's in its truest form, it doesn't, like there's nothing really, like in its purest form, like there's nothing. But then once it starts to dream up like reality, that's when there's that's when there's an ego. It is much easier for me to lucid dream during the daytime. Pretty sure that's why we are conditioned to sleep at night. Yeah, no, you're right. Because even me, like, I think the only few times that I've actually like had lucid dreams was during the day. So you're actually right. Like there are supernatural things that will happen when you sleep during the day. It's funny that people have been asking me what lush is, and I think this is something that a lot of uh, like I thought that this is something that a lot of people know because um, I've been talking a lot about lush, but lush is the energy that human beings produce when they're suffering. Just check out Robert Monroe's work. That's it. Like he talks like he's the one who coined the term like lush, actually. So just check out his work and you'll understand. Sizzle NHL Benedictine, give me your lush. Am I not giving you my lush by making this video? I'm giving you lush by making this video. But now it is important to protect your lush. It's important to protect your energy, man. Obviously there are beings that are always trying to get energy from you, man. Even when you're trying to have peace, even when you're trying to, just focus on not focus on things that are like outside of you. When you're trying to just be by yourself and have peace, but there will be something that will disturb your peace because it's trying to get energy from you. It's really a messed up reality that we are experiencing. So yeah, we should just protect our energy. uh, Now I'm actually reading the comments that like people are making now, because I know a lot of people complain and be like, I'll be reading comments that they've made like 30 minutes ago. Now I'm actually seeing the comments that you're actually like posting now. Based on, I ask again, are you 100% sure that it is this way, or 99%? When it comes to this being a hell realm and consciousness being in a fallen state, yes, I'm 100% sure. When we are in a fallen state, that's why we don't remember shit. It's because we are in a fallen state. The loose farm. Why do you call it the loose farm? Like we always lose. The chower. Lush is head bad waste. Insane big junkie. Being horns and being rejected by women is stressful and is the best luch for the matrix. Yeah, that's why you shouldn't be too attached. It needs to get to a point where you're not attached to anything. Because I think people suffer a lot because they take some things too way too seriously. You take approval from women to them seriously, that rejection makes you suffer. But nothing really is that important in this realm. It's just that you've been programmed to take some things too seriously, and if you don't have them, you take it more seriously. Like if you want something and it's hard for you to get it, you take it more seriously than if it was easy for you to get it. But it doesn't mean it's that serious. It doesn't mean that it's that important. So yeah, you have to realize that none of these things are really that important, and that's gonna help you free yourself. The Chawa, Lucius Bush of the mind, gold and silver is money. I know people who watch porn all day. And the people who like watch like porn all day, like all day, like there's nothing else. As solo, where do you find base reality? Where do you find meaning, my friend? This road is lonely. I don't try to find meaning. I know that life in this realm is meaningless. So I don't try to find meaning. I try to wake up. I try to see things as they are. Like in every situation that I find myself in, I try to find what is more truth. Like I try to find out what makes the most sense. Are they profound vapors? Like that's funny, man. They island discovery, mate. I gave a metric ton of loosh in the last 2 days. I shouldn't have, but man, this simulation is freaking stouch. When it want to be, it has to do with a woman, right? Because I know niggas be giving out loose because of women. Like it usually has to do with love. Like relationships is how the matrix really get loose from us. Like honestly, like when they it knows that human beings value relationships so much. Ocean instead, I become more enlightened after being poor. Like you have a lot of time to be by yourself, so you think ink lifter. We are mostly definitely in a falling state of consciousness. Yeah, we are, man. We are. Like it's more obvious than it's ever been. Insane big junkie, feeling ugly and outcast in society and wanting to fit in badly is also the highest lose. Yeah, it is. It is, and people judge themselves for feeling ugly. Like, hey, man, you didn't create yourself. It's what the Matrix wanted. It's how the Matrix wanted to get loose from you. It wants you to feel insecure about your looks so that it can get energy from you. The more you suffer, the more it gets energy from you. So it needs to get to a point where you acknowledge what is more true. What is more true is that you didn't create yourself. What is more true is that if you were, you know, if you are ugly and you feel like people are not treating you the way that you want to be treated because you are ugly, it's what the Matrix really wanted. So don't feed this Matrix. It's not worth your energy. I know that that's what it wants, but it's not. Robert J. Hey, bro, I would love to get into karma with you. You talk about cause and effect sometimes, but can't see that that's karma. Um, no, it's not karma. Cause and effect is not karma, because karma has to do with uh you indirectly being punished for something. So I wouldn't say it's karma. Like if, for an example, I start a fight with someone and I fight with them and they knock me out, that's not really karma. Like it's a direct result of something, but there's nothing profound. You know what I mean? Like if I decided to, like if I took a needle and try to pierce myself, like with using that needle, it's not karma. It's cause and effect. Karma will be me um stealing something from someone, and then 2 days later something bad happened, and it might not even seem like it's related to that, or what some people call instant karma. So I steal something and I try to run away and I get hit by a car. It doesn't seem to be like really related to what I did, like, but then you can look at it as karma. But cause and effect, like a direct cause and effect, is not karma, right? It has to seem like it's indirect. It has to seem as if there was something outside that actually caused that bad thing to happen because you did something bad. You see, so I wouldn't say cause and effect is karma. I would say because karma has to happen as a result of something that has happened before. You call it cause and effect because of that, but cause and effect in itself is not karma. As solo, how can we know who we are when we get mind wiped every time? Dude, that's what sucks. That's what really sucks. So that's what I'm saying. You just have to be as honest as possible because yeah, you're constantly forgetting. Yeah, I think true love is incompatible with this hell ring. Exactly. Like it's the way that we've been programmed as the human animals. We're incapable of loving truly. We're just trying to survive. So we're looking for people who are going to help us than looking for people that we can love truly and deeply. So yeah, in this realm, it's yeah, we can't really believe in love. In Lifter, when people stay single, they learn so much about themselves instead of seeking themselves and in other people. Yeah, true, true. HTUs, what is love? It's just love is like orgasm. Like when you're having sex and you feel orgasm, like it feels good to you, but the other person is not feeling what you're feeling. So love is you feeling good being with someone else and then you loving how you feel. So you saying that you love that person. The Jacksons, Benedictine, the truth. Can you share your awakening story? Yeah, I should definitely make a video about that because yeah, it, it'll have to be like a long video. Robin Lane, hate is not the opposite of love. If love had an opposite, share is closer. Hate is love. Because when you hate someone, you give them your energy, period. And when you love someone, you give them your energy. So it's the same thing. So the opposite of hate is not caring. It's you not giving your energy. You see. So if you don't care about something at all, then you don't love it. Let me drink more water. In fact, I need to go outside for a minute. So bear with me, guys. The last time I go inside, actually, I mean, go outside. Grayson, I wanted to ask something about UFC 235. Do you think Connor was in a special consciousness that he was able to trick Aldo into doing things he don't really wanted to do in the fight? Made him no. That's not used UFC 235. Is it not UFC 189? I think it was UFC 189 or 193. Maybe UFC 189 was when he fought Chad Mendes. So it might have been UFC 193. Um, yeah, I mean he was able to get inside Eldo's head. Just like I was saying that when you are angry, that's when you lose control. It's like he was able to get inside Eldo's head. Um, the crowd was on his side. When someone is mocking you and everyone is cheering for that person, you can get very angry, and that kind of made him feel powerless. Like he had to give a lot of energy to Connor because of how Connor was able to get inside his head. And you'd notice that Connor, when he was able to get inside his opponent's head, he was always able to win. Look at the guys that Connor lost to. I want to show you something. He lost to Nate Diaz. He was unable to get inside Nate Diaz's head, was he? Right? He lost to him. And then he lost to Floyd Mayweather. He was unable to get inside Floyd Mayweather's head. He lost to After losing to Floyd Mayweather, he lost to Khabib. He was unable to get inside Khabib's head. Uh, Khabib was like, even though in the end Khabib lost it, he jumped outside of the cage, but you could see that he was still grounded. Like he might have been, a bit angry, but he was still grounded. He was able to control his emotions. He lost to Dustin Poirier. Like when they fought for the second time and the third time, he was unable to get inside Poirier's head. So all the guys that he lost to were the guys that he wasn't able to get inside their head. He won against the guys that he was able to get inside their head. So that tells you something. Like when you allow other people to make you feel weak, they win. When you give your energy to other people, they win. You see, when you give your luge to this matrix, it wins. Atomic, not bad. And I'm curious if you are familiar with Beyond the Imaginary Cave. No, I'm not. Insane big junkie. Nothing really costs money. Everything is truly free. But since we are enslaved, we are forced into using it for douche. Yeah, that's true. Says NHL. I don't need validation from other people. Yeah, that's the way to go, man. It needs to get to the point where you give yourself validation. Unreal at invented dream. It's an invented. Everything is upside down. You can see. You can see. Robert J. It's more measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. Yeah, that's one of my favorite codes, but I keep on forgetting. I keep on forgetting that code, but yeah, it's true. A lot of people who are thriving in this society believe that those who are unable to thrive in this kind of society are just lazy, or they're just weak, or they're just not doing the right things. Like they don't realize how sick this society is. They It's like, remember the example that I gave you earlier, that when I was still in high school, they will give us apples, and there will be people who will get like uh, more apples than others, and some people will not get apples at all. Like that's sick. But the sickest people were the ones, and the sickest people were the ones who were able to get more apples, because like they They didn't give us apples themselves, right? We had to fight for these apples as if we were monkeys. So the most fucked up people were the ones who win. So that's how things work in this realm. The most effed up people, the ones who are willing to hurt others, they don't care about how their actions are affecting others. These are the ones who win. It's a sick world that we live in, bro. I'm just against being forced to be here. So thank you all guys. 4 hours live. Um, there's like 70 people here. Let's keep on liking the live. I think there has to be a few people who have not liked the live yet. So let's keep on liking the live. Yeah, I wanted this live to be like 4 hours long. So that's actually dope. We're able to get to 5 to 4 hours. Uh, George, so you were not forced here. You have all been born with amnesia, aka amniotic fluid. What is amniotic fluid? We are manipulated. As solo, do you think after death we continue to live in astral realm, or we just nodes, fractals to be formed? Consciousness will always be having an experience. That's the thing. Robert J, I was here like 3 times. Good job, Benedict. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for joining, man. Thanks for joining. Ralph, the astral realm is part of the hell realm. Yeah, that's not a bad way to look at it. Insane big junkie. That's why you have to work in prison, because some people used to escape the matrix by going to prison and doing nothing. But not everyone has to work. Do a video on how to protect your energy. Nah, that's actually my good idea. Another good chat. Thank you, George. As I have studied the sciences behind what takes place in the womb. What takes place in the womb? I'm interested in knowing. But yeah, thank you all guys for joining the live. Oh, and thanks Robert J for another super thanks. Um, yeah, it was a good live. There is 76 people like the live as we end it. Thank you all guys for joining.